I am live.
The 14A District Court is now in session. All the draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
And good morning. And Ms. Reiser, could you start us off with the waiver, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people. The people do waive any potential conflict between this court and the public defender's office. We do not believe that any conflict exists, but in the abundance of caution, if one is claimed, we do waive said conflict.
And Ms. Perry.
Good morning, Your Honor. The public defender's office likewise waives any conflict, although we do not believe one exists.
And the court, for its part, also does not believe that a conflict exists either under the Michigan court rules or the cases decided thereunder. To the extent a conflict exists, given the waivers, the court will consent to hear the matters. Court does call the case of People State of Michigan versus Rashad Al-Meadi or Al-Meadi.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Greg
Meehan. I'm sorry. I step on the prosecutor's toes. I'm sorry, Patricia.
It's okay.
Your Honor, Greg Meehan on behalf of the defendant.
Right.
Your Honor, we have a little situation for you today. Sorry. Patricia and I, unfortunately.
Great. You're going to start my morning that way?
I know. I know. You know, I was hoping we weren't called first, Judge, but I had seen when I got on at 8:30 that we were going to be. Mr. Al-Meadi's son is on with us. His dad has stage 4 cancer. They've been managing it for quite a while, but was taken into emergency. We can provide the court and the prosecutor that information. He's got blood clots in his legs, and we're not sure what's going to happen next, if any. But I wanted the son to be on the line so that he can answer any questions the court has. And then I guess the other unfortunate thing is that but Patricia and I have not had an opportunity to discuss a plea on this and which way we go. And so that's where we're at, and I will do whatever you think is appropriate, Judge, to move this case along.
All right. So just so that I was following, your client's in the hospital right now, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then that's, given what you've said, it's not a problem. And to give you an opportunity to speak with the prosecutor and see if this matter can be resolved. Let me adjourn this out and let's go at least a month.
Okay, then that would be November 15th.
All right. What I will do is I'll just adjourn this matter out to November 15th. He has other things to worry about, the least of which is this. So.
All right. And I will get a hold of you, Patricia. Thank you, Your Honor. And sorry for starting your day off this way.
No, not a problem, counsel. Thank you.
God bless the court. Bye-bye.
Court does call the case of the People versus Mohammed Hassan.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joseph A. Siciliano appearing on behalf of the defendant, and also on the Zoom call is Mr. Hassan.
Mr. Hassan, can you state your name, please, sir?
Mohammed Hassan, sir.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, my understanding from the dispute resolution center is that Mr. Hassan has completed his intake for the restorative justice program. They are still completing intake for the other party. I think in order for that to be accomplished, if we could adjourn this out one time to the November 15th date.
Was this the case that Patricia Reiser tricked me? And not Patricia, but Kirby tricked me on?
Yes, this is the one, Your Honor.
This is the case?
This is the case.
All of what you just said is foreign to me. It's
a little foreign to me too.
It made no sense. You might as well have been speaking French, because I didn't understand any of that. So
bottom line is, I guess we need an adjournment to resolve the case. And if
okay, all right, that I understand. Is that correct, Mr. Soriano?
Yeah, that. I've talked with Ms. Reiser, and we think that's the best course of action. My client has complied with his requirements, but I think they're still waiting for the other side.
Okay. All right. I think actually I shouldn't just blame Miss Kirby. I think counsel here was also in on that trickery. It was a whole thing in a breakout room. And the next thing I knew, I came out, I didn't know what happened. All right. What was the date in November?
November 15th.
Because I'm not sure how long this process takes. I'll adjourn it to November 15th.
At 9 a.m. again, Your Honor.
9 a.m. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you,
Patricia.
Judge.
Thank you. Bond continued.
Bye now.
Court calls the case, People versus Ray Hunter.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
John
Sorry.
Evangelist on behalf of the defendant, who is also here and is now unmuted.
All right, Mr. Hunter, can you state your name, please?
Ray I. Hunter.
All right, counsel as to the arraignment.
We ask the court to enter a plea of not guilty and waive reading of the charges.
Defendant having waived formal reading, pleading not guilty. Court will enter that not guilty plea. All right, what are we doing today on this?
I had reached out to Ms. Kirby to see about a possible resolution, but apparently she left the prosecutor's office. And then I reached out to Ms. Reiser. I didn't hear, but that was on Monday, and I didn't hear back as of yet. So we've not spoken as of this point.
All right, so you want an adjournment on this?
No, probably, yeah.
Okay, 2 weeks out.
November 1st.
November 1st. All right.
Hold
I'll
on.
adjourn this matter out to November 1st. Will that work, counsel?
Yeah, it will. That's fine. Thank you.
November 1st, 2023, 9 a.m. as your Zoom invite indicates. As to bond in this case, I will set the defendant's bond at a $5,000 personal recognizance bond. In this matter, I'll order standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior or possession of weapons.
Your Honor, if I may, this was a traffic
Yes.
accident.
Pardon?
This was a traffic accident.
I fully understand that.
Okay.
I still have to set bond.
I know. Just want to make clear that there was no assaultive behavior or anything like that.
I don't know that that's being alleged. I'm just telling him he can't do it while he's on bond to me.
I will let him know.
All right.
Thank you,
No
Your
alcohol,
Honor.
recreational marijuana, or any illegal drug. We'll do it. All right.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case of the People versus Claire Oliver.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Cameron Bell on behalf of Ms. Claire Oliver, who appears via Zoom. No objections to proceeding via Zoom this morning. Ms. Oliver, can you please state your name for the record, please?
Claire Oliver.
Good morning. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I did have an opportunity to speak with the prosecutor on this matter. I believe Ms. Reiser wasn't the prosecutor at that time, but I was trying to seek a resolution short of what the charge is. But I was informed that this court does not do any delayed sentences of any sort or anything like that. So given that,
Well,
Your Honor,
we have a deferred sentence program. I don't do delayed as it technically would be, but
well, I guess given that, Your Honor, would the court be willing to consider a deferred sentence in this matter?
I also don't cops.
We would not agree to a deferred sentence in this case. There's no agreement to a deferred sentence.
Okay.
We
Pardon?
would not agree to a deferred sentence.
Okay,
Understood.
that's going to be the problem because it's a
Yeah.
prosecutor's deferred.
No problem, Your Honor.
Oh.
So based upon that, Your Honor, I'd have went over the plea form with Ms. Oliver, and we're prepared at this time to go forward with a no contest plea, Your Honor, on the basis of lack of memory to the charge.
Okay, so here's the problem. I don't have a police report that I could take a plea with. I don't have anything. So,
Your Honor, could I send it over to your staff and we can still proceed, or how would the court like to go?
what would I like to do, or what will I do?
What will
Those
you
might
do?
be two different things. All right. Yeah. Shall we let him do it? Think so? Oh, you like him? I don't like him. So I would no. So I'm just, all right, let's do this. Well, we'll put the email in, send it over, and then we'll try to get the plea out today, counsel. All right.
Okay, I'll get it right over, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Pass that matter. Court does call the case of People versus Mohammed Diane.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
David I. Goldstein appearing on behalf of the defendant.
Mohammed Diane.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, this matter had been held up for a while because Mr. Diane was trying to resolve some matters in circuit court, which has now been done. That's taken care of. But in the meantime, Ms. Kirby ran away and hid, and I have not had a chance to talk to Ms. Rice about the situation. So if we could have a real quick adjournment, maybe a week or two, and I can get with her and discuss the matter.
I'll just say that my understanding was that Mr. Diane was going to be pleading to a retail fraud third.
Okay, I didn't know. I tried to find out from you if that was on the table. Yes, that is correct.
Because any offer that Ms. Kirby made is fine with me.
Okay, I'm fine. I just needed a confirmation of that. That's fine, Your Honor. That's what we're going to do.
All right, very good. So he's going to plead to retail fraud third. It's 10/18.
That's correct.
Thank you. Dismiss. So the added count 2 of retail fraud in the third degree, he'll plead to that. Count 1 would then be dismissed. All right. Mr. Diane, can you please raise your, oh, you need to turn on your camera, sir. Thank you. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
State your name again for the record.
Mohammed Diane.
All right. You can put your hand down. Sir, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of retail fraud third degree. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days of jail, $500 fine plus court costs. The fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property taken. If that's greater than $500, that would become the maximum fine. You understand that, sir?
Yeah.
Still wish to plead guilty?
Yes.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
Yes.
He is now, Your Honor, but it's not clear that he was at the time of the offense.
December 24th of 2022, were you on probation?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Has anybody promised you anything? Has anybody promised you anything to get you to plead guilty other than dismissal of count 1?
No.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes.
And also because you believe that you are indeed guilty of this offense?
Yes.
December 24th, 2022, at the location of 3825 Carpenter Road, Pittsfield Township, Washington County, State of Michigan. What did you do at the Meijer store that makes you think that you're guilty?
Mr. Diane, did you use the self-scan at the store?
Yes.
And did you use a price tag on the self-scan that was less than the price tag that was on the objects that you were buying?
Yes.
And those were objects that were offered for sale by Meijers?
Huh?
Were those things that were offered for sale by Meijers?
Yes.
And was Meijers open to the public at the time you did this?
Yes.
I think that covers it, Your Honor.
I think so. You didn't have anybody's permission to do that, sir, did you?
Nah.
All right, counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
People are satisfied.
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Defendant is referred to probation for a pre-sentence investigation and report. Sentencing in this matter will be December 13th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond will continue. Thank you. Oh, yes. Mr. Diane?
Yes.
I'm going to send you into a breakout room with my probation intake so that they can start that process. Okay, sir?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Court calls the case of the People versus Abdelmohsen Osman.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
David I. Goldstein appearing on behalf of the defendant. Thought I saw, yeah, he is Mr. Osman. You need to turn on your camera and unmute. Your Honor, if we could pass this, I'll call him.
All right, very good. Yeah, I'll do that in a second. Court does call the case, People versus Kyle Jackson.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sam Bernstein with and on behalf of Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, could you please state your name for the court?
Kyle Jackson.
Got it. One plus. Okay. All right. What are we doing?
Judge, in this case, Mr. Jackson has reached out to the VA where he received services as a veteran. They're getting him into counseling. He continues to go to AA meetings and he's sending me confirmations of those. I'm hoping to adjourn again just to make sure that those things can get in progress and stick before I reach out to Ms. Reiser or whoever might be the APA for a resolution.
So you're looking at adjournment on this matter?
Yes.
Will the first be enough time for you?
Could we do the 15th, Your Honor? Just last one.
November 15th, 2023, 9 a.m. Without objection, bond will continue with its conditions because you're currently on the scram tether, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, that'll remain in place. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Court does call the case of the People versus John Scott.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Sam Bernstein for Mr. Scott, Your Honor. Mr. Scott, could you please state your name for the court?
John Scott.
Okay, and what are we doing?
Judge, with Miss Kirby leaving, and I had a difficult time getting a hold of Miss Reiser this week. She was busy.
She's been there. You just didn't call.
I did. I called on Monday. They said she was in court, and I was with you all day.
Of course she was. She was with me. Anyway, go ahead.
I promise.
Quit trying to blame Miss Reiser.
No, I'm not blaming Miss Reiser. I'm just showing the effort that I put into it by calling.
Oh.
I'm really
okay.
I'm really blaming Miss Kirby for everything here. So
okay.
Last adjournment request, I promise. November 1st is totally fine.
All right.
Miss Reiser,
very good. I'll adjourn the matter November 1st, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued. All right. Thank you, Mr. Scott. I'm going to do a recall. Yes. Court recalls the case of the People versus Claire Oliver.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Cameron Bill on behalf of Ms. Claire Oliver. Ms. Oliver, can you please state your name for the record one more time?
Claire Oliver.
And she's going to plead no contest as charged.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Ms. Oliver, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
State your name again for the record, please.
Claire Oliver.
Ms. Oliver, it's this court's understanding you're going to plead no contest to the charge of operating by a minor with any blood alcohol content. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 360 hours of community service. Fines and costs of $250. Court could also order you to pay the cost of the prosecution as well as the cost of any emergency governmental services. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I also should say the court can order any rehabilitative programs the court deems necessary. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand what a no contest plea is?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, two things I need to make sure that you understand. It first of all means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
The other thing you need to understand is that for purposes of sentencing, the court will treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I think the basis for the no contest plea has already been stated on record by counsel. So, Ms. Oliver, to that charge, how do you plead?
No contest.
Now, you understand that by pleading no contest, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you on probation or parole?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything to get you to plead no contest to this charge?
No.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you in any way?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily
Yes.
and of your own free will.
Yes.
Court has been provided and it has had an opportunity to review Michigan Department of State Police report for their case number 8792-22. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report?
No, Your Honor.
No, Judge.
Based upon a review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
People are satisfied.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of no contest to this charge. Defendant is referred to probation for a pre-sentence investigation and report. Well, actually, to Von Swartz for an alcohol screening and assessment and the victim's impact panel. Sentencing in this matter will be December 13th, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates. All right. What I will do then, bond will continue in this matter. Pardon? Ms. Oliver, I need you to hang online. We're going to place you into a breakout room with our probation intake. Once they're done with the previous case or other matters, they'll come out. We'll put you into a breakout room so we can start this process. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pleasure.
And really, I like you. It's just my staff said they like you better. I'm just saying, all right.
I appreciate it. Judge, you may not remember me, but I used to be a extern with Laura Dudley back in 2014, 15-ish. So I used to be in front of you a lot.
Did you? Okay, I do not remember you, but okay. All right.
Yep.
So all right. Yep. I liked you then too. All right. Anyway. All right. You
have a great day, Judge.
Okay. Osman. Court recalls the case People versus Osman.
Commissioner Reiser on behalf of the people.
David I. Goldstein, I'm appearing on behalf of the defendant.
Mr. Osman, can you state your name, please?
Abdul Mahsin Osman.
All right. Okay, what are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, I had dealt with Ms. Kirby in this matter. We had adjourned this matter several times because she did not want to resolve the matter until he showed his seriousness about getting treatment. He did enroll in a program. He is in that program. I did submit that information to Ms. Kirby, but I don't know if Ms. Reiser has had an opportunity to review the file.
I am aware that he was accepted into treatment at Dawn Farm, but I'd like to see how that treatment is going before agreeing to any kind of resolution.
That was sort of Ms. Kirby's position also. Yeah.
All right, why don't I adjourn this out to November 15th?
I'm going to be on vacation that week, Your Honor. Anything after
Of course you are.
Hey, Judge, after yesterday, I deserve it.
Well, I don't. All right. Anyway.
I didn't say that.
I know.
Judge.
I know he can zoom in from vacation and that's Goldstein. It's all about him. All right. December 6th, 2023, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Sorry about last night.
We'll continue.
Sorry about last night, but
hey, it happens. I enjoyed myself, so we're good.
It was a good day.
Right,
it was a good day.
Court calls the case People versus Jason Stevens. This is
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Stevens.
Are
Mr.
you on
Stevens?
this case? Because we had no counsel listed, but this is a PD case.
Yeah, I checked GIS and we were assigned at arraignment.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. Whatever
And I-
reason ours did not. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay, I did have a chance, or Mr. Stevens, can you state your name for the record?
Jason Stevens.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I did have a chance to speak with Mr. Stevens and Ms. Reiser. We are asking for an adjournment to obtain some other discovery, please.
During the matter November 1st, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond with its conditions will continue. All right. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Court calls the case People versus Martell Williams.
Your Honor, I'm wondering if this is a township case. I cannot find a file in our system.
I have it as a state case. Let me see. No, this is, well, it is. It was, we entered it wrong. The complaint is clearly a township, but it was entered as a state case.
Your Honor,
Okay, Mr.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township. I do not have that file with me today, so I'd ask that the court adjourn it.
Mr. Williams? Do you have you have not been appointed counsel in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Because I don't think, as I'm looking at the files, things are messed up about it, but it appears to me I had to issue 2 bench warrants, but you've not been arraigned on this matter. All right, so let me at least begin that part of the process. All right, state your name, sir.
Martell Williams.
All right. Sir, you are before the court on a misdemeanor complaint that alleges that on or about May 25th, 2023, at the location of West Michigan Avenue in Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan, that you did commit the offense of operating while intoxicated. Do you understand the nature of that charge, sir?
Yes, I do.
That is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. The court could order community service or any rehabilitative programs the court deems necessary. The court could also immobilize your vehicle, could order you to pay the cost of the prosecution as well as the cost of any emergency governmental services. You understand all of that, sir?
I understand.
All right. First question I have for you, sir, is do you wish to be represented by counsel?
Yes.
All right. This is a public defender case.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Williams. We will waive any further reading and stand mute and request another pretrial date, Your Honor.
And in every way, formal reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea in this matter. Pretrial in this matter will be adjourned to November 1st, 2023, 9 a.m. Found in this case, I had an alleged BAC of 0.186. I'll set the defendant's bond at a personal recognizance $20,000 bond. I'll order standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior or possession of any weapon. Sir, there is to be no possession of any, I need an order, please. There is to be no possession of any alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drugs. You understand that, sir?
I understand.
I am also going to order that you report over to the Department of Community Corrections for placement on a sober link alcohol tether. You're to do that within 24 hours. I am signing that order now. You understand that, sir?
I understand.
All right. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
calls the case, People versus Genevieve Donald.
Mr. Reiser on behalf of the people.
Ms. Donnell. Genevieve Donnell. You're prompting.
Sorry, I'm sorry. The host has asked you to start your minute. Okay, sorry. I don't know how to use this. Yeah,
Okay,
so,
you did okay. What's your name?
my name is Genevieve Donald.
All right. Ma'am, you are before the court on a misdemeanor complaint that alleges that on or about September 4th, 2023, at the location of 1675 Cypress Point Court, Pittsfield Township, Washington County, State of Michigan, that you did make an assault and/or an assault and battery upon a Kathy Donnell. Do you understand the nature of that charge, ma'am?
Yes.
That's a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. First question I have for you is, do you want to be represented by an attorney?
What? Yes.
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 All right. This is a public defender case.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Ms. Donnell, and we will waive any further readings, stand mute, and request another pretrial date, Your Honor.
Defendant having waived former reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea in this matter. Pretrial in this case will be adjourned to November 1st, 2023, 9 a.m. It's the bond in this case. I'll set a bond at a $5,000 personal recognizance bond. I will order standard conditions, including no assault behavior or possession of weapons. You understand that, man?
Yep.
That's a yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's to be no possession of any alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drugs. You understand that?
Yes.
Is there any reason you need to have any contact with Kathy Donnell?
At this time, no. I mean,
At
she's
this
my
time,
mom.
no.
Well, she's
Then
my
I'm
mom.
going to order no. I'm going to order no contact with
Okay.
Kathy Donnell. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes. Mhm.
All right. Anything further regarding bond? Okay.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, would you consider ordering drug testing? My understanding is cocaine or some other controlled substance was a factor here.
What was the alleged substance?
Cocaine.
Got it. All right. Ms. Donnell, I'm going to order that you report over to community corrections for drug testing. You understand that?
Yes. Like, I just go there today or what?
Yes, you're going to have to report over today and make sure that you have funds to pay for the testing. Because of the
Okay.
nature of the drug involved, I'm going to order testing 2 times per week.
Okay.
Random. You understand that?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court does call the case, People versus Jason Westlake. Excuse me. In custody.
Mr. Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark, this was Jason Westlake, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
2 cases.
yeah. Good morning, Your Honor. Marcia Kracher, case number
Ending in 764.
764. That is correct, Your Honor. And I think the public defender has another case up as well.
Yes, good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Westlake on 0659.
Mr. Westlake, please state your name, sir.
Jason Scott Westlake.
Thank you. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, Mr. Westlake has a case that's currently up in the circuit court. We're attempting to resolve it. We'd ask for a 2-week adjournment. If that is not able to be resolved up in circuit court, then we would resolve these cases down here at that time. Your Honor. That's not my.
I would join in that request, Your Honor.
When is the case up? And what date is that up for?
It's actually currently set for trial, Your Honor. We are continuing in negotiations with Ms. Londy up in circuit court, and we should have an answer on some requests no later than 2 weeks, Your Honor.
November 1st, 2023, 9 a.m.
Your Honor, thank you very much.
Thank you. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Let's call the case of the people versus Gary Lee Hall.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
This is an arraignment pretrial without counsel, and Hall is not present.
Gary Lee Hall. No response. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Ms. Reiser, do you have the alleged BAC?
Yes, Your Honor, it's 0.14.15.
Thank you. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of $15,000. I'll give a 10% privilege at this time on this. Given the nature of the charge, that warrant will issue immediately. Court does call the case of the people versus Nicholas Clements.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
This is an arraignment pretrial and is present.
Clements?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a camera?
Oh, yes, sir. Hi.
Hello, what's your name?
Nicholas Clements. Nicholas
All
Steve.
right, Mr. Clements, you are before the court on a misdemeanor complaint that alleges that on or about June 27, 2023, at the location of Michigan Avenue in Pittsfield Township, Washington County, State of Michigan, that you did operate a motor vehicle while intoxicated. Do you understand the nature of that charge, sir?
I believe so. I don't know. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Spoken to a
Do you
lawyer.
understand that you're charged with driving while intoxicated, or what's commonly known as drunk driving? Do you understand that?
Correct, but I wasn't. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm not asking whether or not you were or not. I'm indicating you understand that's what you're charged with.
Understood.
All right. It is alleged in this case that you were under the influence of a controlled substance. You understand that, sir?
I do.
All right. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. The court could order community service, any rehabilitative programs the court deems necessary. Your vehicle could be subject to immobilization. The court could also order you to pay the cost of the prosecution as well as the cost of any emergency governmental services. You understand that, sir?
I believe so.
Well, do you understand that those are the possible penalties, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You have any questions regarding the charges or the possible penalties, sir?
Not this moment.
All right. First question I have for you, sir, is do you wish to be represented by an attorney?
I do.
This is a public defender case.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Clements. We will waive any further readings, stand mute, and request a pretrial date, Your Honor.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea. Pretrial in this matter will be adjourned November 1st, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond in this case, what is the alleged drug?
Your Honor, it's marijuana and amphetamines.
Got it. Bond in this case will be set in the amount of $10,000 personal recognizance bond. I'll order standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior or use of any weapons or possession of weapons. You understand that, sir?
I do.
There is also to be no possession of any alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drug. You understand that, sir?
I do.
I'm further going to order that the defendant is to report over to the Department of Communication, Community Corrections, excuse me, for 1 time per week testing on this case. All right, you need to report within 24 hours, sir.
Where do I find that information?
Okay. Do you have something to write with? Let me give you a phone number to call.
Go ahead.
Community Corrections phone number is area code 734-973
Okay.
4520.
All right.
All right, I'm going to give you another phone number to call. I need you to contact the public defender's office.
Okay, sir.
All right, and that number is area code 734-222-6970.
Okay.
When you call them, I need you to give them your name, a valid phone number, and a valid email address so they can contact you. Understood?
Understood.
All righty. Thank you. We'll see you in a couple weeks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Court does call the case of the people versus Marcellus Martin.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin, can you unmute and state your name for the record, please?
I have this as a Pittsfield case.
Conrad Siller on behalf of.
Yeah, I was gonna say I jumped the gun. Sorry, Mr.
That's
Silver.
all right. All right.
Okay.
It's all right.
All right. What are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, it's my fault. I did not know Mr. Martin was in custody. I was trying to call him, but didn't answer. He didn't answer. And I can only assume now that it was because he was in the jail. So I would ask for an adjournment to allow us to speak. I'm not sure at this time what he's in for, if he's being held in this
I'll
case.
adjourn the matter to November 1st, 2023 at 9 a.m. Mr. Martin, state your name, please.
Marcellus Martin.
All right, Mr. Martin, you're not in on this case because it's a PR. What are you in on currently?
Well, right now I'm waiting on MC Police to bring my paperwork in. I posted I got out here yesterday, but they don't have the paperwork in. So today I goes in today at 1 o'clock for domestic violence. Hopefully the paperwork is in. If not, they say they're gonna let me go because I've been here for 48 hours with no paperwork. So I don't know what's taking these guys so long to drop off the paperwork, but obviously.
Okay, no, I don't know because I don't think that's my case. It might be an afternoon arraignment. Okay, so here, I don't know, sir. The only thing I was looking at is trying to figure out what you were in on because you have a PR bond here. And I was going to change it to a nominal bond so you got credit. But it sounds like to me that you might be released. So I'm going to leave your bond at a PR on my case right now, okay? And we'll do that. And I'll set this for November 1st, and we'll see you then, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case, people versus Nathulian Mason.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
An arraignment counsel without arraignment pretrial without counsel, and she is not currently signed in, but she has had contact with the clerk's office this morning.
To say what?
Attempting to sign in, I believe.
All right, this is set for arraignment pretrial. This individual has had contact with the clerk's office, but is not here currently. So what I will do is I'll adjourn this arraignment pretrial out to November 1st, 2023, 9 a.m. All right. And we'll see if they can get themselves on by that time. Hello?
I'm here.
What's your name? What's your name, man? You're Miss Mason? Okay, Ms. Mason, I can't make, you need to be arraigned on this charge. And so I can't make out, you got a very weak Wi-Fi signal. She dropped, right?
Yep, she's gone.
She's gone. All right. I will send her a chat that I've adjourned her matter out to the first. She's back on. She dropped again. So just do that and we'll see if we can get a better connection on that day. Court does call the case. People versus Mario Brown.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, if you can, unmute yourself or get one of the jail staff too, and then state your name in full.
Mario Brown.
Your Honor, this is set up for a pretrial. We would be asking for adjournment so that we can continue negotiations.
I'll adjourn this matter then to November 1st, 2023, 9 a.m. Defendant's bond with its conditions will continue.
Okay. And Mr. Brown, I'll
Thank
come
you.
see you in the jail tomorrow to go over what's going on.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Court calls the case, People versus Misty Perkins.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
This is an arraignment retrial without counsel, and Ms. Perkins is not checked in.
Ms. Perkins is not here. This is an arraignment. A bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond in this case will be set in the amount of $5,000. I'll give a 10% privilege on that. That warrant will issue on the 20th. Court does call the case of the People versus Eric Thompson.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
This is an arraignment retrial without counsel, and Mr. Thompson is not checked in.
Eric Thompson, they're not here. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of $5,000. I'll give a 10% privilege. That warrant will issue October 20th, 2023. All right. So now we're floated to the 10 o'clock block. His name is McAllister. Court does call the case, People versus Trey McAllister.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. McAllister. Mr. McAllister, can you state your name for the record?
Hi there, my name is Trey Lamar McAllister.
All right. I have before me a referral to a treatment court.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. McAllister has a pending felony that has been referred to mental health treatment court, and we are also referring him on this case. I did send over the paperwork for your review and possible signature at your convenience, and then it will be working its way through the referral process. His felony was adjourned to the PCC to the 26th, so next week. So I was hoping to get a date after that to see if he's accepted.
All right. I'll adjourn this then to November 1st, 2023, 9 a.m. I'll mark this file that there's a mental health court referral, and I've signed that. I've signed off. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bond will continue. Thank you, Mr. McAllister.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Corellis McCants. Pittsfield Township matter.
Should be in Simpson's office.
This is McCants.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield.
Corellis McCants. Mr. Hall. I think I saw Mr. Hall on there.
I was just emailing with Mr. Hall.
Oh, no. That's what was taking so long. It's Vincent.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Vincent, not Matt, of Ms. McCants.
Hey, good morning.
Say good morning to the
Good
judge.
morning.
State your name.
Corellis
State your
McCants.
name, please. Thank you.
Corellis.
All right. What are we doing on this case? She has not been arraigned. You waive formal reading, stand mute, Mr. Vincent.
Exactly. Yes, Your Honor.
Defendant having waived formal reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea. All right. And what are we doing on this case?
We need an adjournment so Ms. McCants could obtain a driver's license. I received a email from Mr. Siller stating that if this is possible, a good chance for a plea bargain that won't affect your driver's license.
That's correct.
I'll adjourn this matter out to November 15th, 2023. 9
Your Honor, can we have-
a.m.
Is it possible to have a later date? Because I think I don't do those, Joe does them, but it takes a while. The Secretary of State's got so many hoops to jump through.
Are you asking or is your staff asking?
My staff is asking.
Okay, then I'll do it. December, what is it?
December 6th.
December 6th, 2023, 9 a.m. You know, that's what makes Mr. Benson a good attorney. He knew what the answer should be.
Oh, absolutely. As far as
Bond in this case will be set at a personal recognizance, $5,000 bond.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Take care.
Okay.
Court calls the case, People versus James Lawson.
Trisha Reiser on behalf of the people.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Lawson. Your
Mr.
Honor,
Lawson, name?
Yes, it's James Craig Lawson for the record, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, what are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, this is a case where the defendant had originally pled to a felony charge. We thought that all the misdemeanors was going to be included, but it looks like this one was left out. I did review it. It's only a fines and cost only case. We would be asking for his immediate release and a personal bond on this. He's been in the jail for the last 135 days. He did plea inside the felony case. And then also we would be asking for a possible reduction in fines and costs.
Is this set for a show cause?
It is a show cause on fines and costs. There is restitution going.
It's an issue that there's restitution that's owing on this, counsel. So I'm not sure how much I can reduce it. There's $51 of restitution. What's he being held on?
Only this. He's been in there for the last 14 days on only this charge.
Because he didn't show up.
Well,
Right.
he was originally being held on a few different charges, but this is the only thing outstanding as of today. On October 4th is when he pled to the felony.
All right. So when are you going to get payments in, Mr. Lawson?
I tell you what, if I can get out of here, I can go back to work. I got a man waiting on me that I've worked for 11 years, $20 an hour. I could probably get it paid off within the next 30 days.
Okay.
December 13th. Well, I mean, November 8th. But...
All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to adjourn this to November 8th, 2023. He needs to come up with a plan. That's a sentencing date or sentencing show cause date. I'll set his bond at a personal recognizance, $5,000 bond. Okay. Thank you. That'll get him out. He needs to get some payments in.
Okay, can I ask a question here real quick? Am I good to go?
Everything in
What,
Washtenaw is
out
clear.
of my screen or from the jail?
Are they gonna release me today so I can get on this? Or?
I can only tell you this. They will not be holding you on this case. I don't know what else you have.
Okay, can I ask if the attorney can come and see me so we can figure this out?
Yes, I'll be able to come see you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, sir. Court calls the case, People versus Aaron Porter.
Filed in my office.
Mr. Riser on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, Michael Vincent on behalf of Mr. Porter.
Mr. Porter, can you state your name?
Aaron Porter.
Okay. What are we doing?
Today is the date and time for the pretrial. We are asking for a jury trial date. Actually,
Jury
my staff is asking for
Okay.
a pretrial date.
Jury final settlement conference, December 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. Jury selection, December 11th, 2023, 8:30. Both of those proceedings are in person. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case of the People versus Willie Hopkins.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Hopkins. Mr. Hopkins, if you can unmute yourself or get one of the jail staff to, and then state your name and full.
Say it again, please.
If you can state your name and full.
Oh, Willie B. Hopkins.
All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, Mr. Hopkins would like to take a plea. Mr. Siller did agree to it. It's allowing an ineligible driver to drive in exchange for dismissal of count 1.
That's correct, Your Honor. So I'd move to add a count 2 of MCL 257.326. Of course, if you accept that guilty plea, I'd move to dismiss the original charge.
Mr. Hopkins, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name again for the record.
Willie B. Hopkins.
All right, Mr. Hopkins, it's this court's understanding you're going to plead guilty to the charge of allowing an ineligible driver to operate a motor vehicle. That is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 90 days in jail, $500 fine plus, or $100 fine plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Right.
You understand that, sir? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yes.
Okay. Because of that, you're also giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you anything other
No,
than
sir.
what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No, sir.
Doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
And because you're guilty of this offense?
Yes, sir.
All right. On August 8th, 2023, at the location of Washington Avenue in Pittsfield Township, Washington County, State of Michigan, did you have custody or control of a motor vehicle?
I did, sir.
Did you allow someone who was otherwise ineligible, maybe yourself, to operate that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
It is sufficient. Thank you.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Sir, anything you want to tell me before I impose sentence?
No, sir.
What is he in on? Just this case or something
He's
else?
got an armed robbery case, Your Honor.
He does?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was up for exam.
So here's what I'll do. Mr. Hopkins, I'm going to sentence you to, how long have you been in so far?
Since August 8th.
How long? 60? Okay. So he's done 60?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, 60, 70 actually.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I will do then, sir, is I'll sentence you to do state minimums $125 and then 90 days in jail, credit 70. Defendant to serve balance. All right, and then you're all set with this case. All right, Mr. Hopkins. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus James Wade.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Vincent on behalf of Mr. Wade, who is coming
How
into
many
my
does-
conference room.
How many does he have?
His last one.
This is his last, wow. But then Hall's coming?
Yep.
Why?
Mr. Wade,
Killing me.
Mr. Wade, state your name and say good morning to the judge.
My name is James Wade. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. All right, what are we doing on this, Mr. Benson?
Mr. Wade is seeking to have his license restored. Working with Mr. Hall to get that done. So we need an adjournment. Hopefully, if he gets that, we could work out something with the prosecutor that won't affect his license. He also has a speeding ticket. So
Yeah, I'd adjourn both of them out, but you want it the 6th of December?
is that right? Is that okay? Yes, that's okay.
It's okay because I already gave one date. I just asked, you know what? And never mind. December 6th, 2023, 9 a.m. He looked over at him like that was a new date. I was, you know what? This is what I'm talking about.
I'm very old, Your Honor.
No, I get it, but I'm just saying. All right. I'll adjourn
Thank
both
you.
the matters over to that date. Is that
All
it
right.
for Mr. Vincent?
Mr. Vincent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure, sir.
Yes, likewise.
Thank you. Court calls the case, People versus Anthony Williams.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, can you state your name for the record, please?
Anthony Williams.
Thank you. Your Honor, I believe we have a resolution to this case. We are just asking for one last adjournment.
I'll adjourn the matter over to, will November 1st be enough time for you?
That will, thank you.
Turn it over to November 1st, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Court calls the cases of the People versus William Joseph Lambert.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Joseph Paul appearing for and on behalf of Mr. Lambert in his absence today with court permission. Judge, to give you an update on where we've been, I went back and forth with Ms. Kirby prior to her exit from the office. We made some progress.
You made it sound so bad.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
okay. Prior to her
let me
accepting a
rephrase.
new job. Okay,
That's
go
on
ahead.
good terms. Yeah, on good terms, right? And so, Judge, there's a lot of moving parts here. We got 5 cases. We have 3 uncharged. We have a SoberLink device that's going to be handled privately outside of this bond order that's coming. All I need, I think, is a quick conversation after today's docket with Ms. Reiser to iron out the final points of that order. But Ms. Kirby and I had a few back and forth conversations about ultimately getting all these numbers right. One question I'd like to ask before we move forward, will the Guardian is asking, will one check be able to cover these, or do these need to be written individually to post the bond for that will eventually be used for restitution purposes?
Well, first of all, if you're going to post, you're trying to do that through the court.
Yeah, so what was contemplated was that once Mr. Lambert or through his guardian posts a bond sufficient to cover the restitution, not only from the charged cases, but for the uncharged, there are three uncharged matters as well that we're tracking these. At that point, that the people would dismiss the cases. And so drafting an order to, and Your Honor asked specifically that each case have the number allotted to that individually identified in the order. That's been the part that there was some back and forth, but yes, it would be a bond.
And that I was going to allow it to be paid by certified funds.
Okay, by certified check, and the guardians are capable
It has
of
to be a certified check. Now, the question is,
So as long as the check is only going towards restitution, it can be one check for multiple cases. But if that money is also going to include fines and costs, that has to be a separate check.
okay, got it.
So we should be good, because the contemplation was that these cases would be dismissed and therefore no fines and costs known to defense counsel.
All right. So if that's the case, then yes, it can be one certified check for all of the cases.
Okay. And I will contact Ms. Reiser later this week to work out the details.
Right. The order should specifically lay out the amount and who it's payable to, so that
Certainly.
the court makes sure that that's done.
And,
all right.
and so, Judge,
how
I am going to identify these by case number. The issue is that one of them is from an uncharged matter, so I will just indicate that as such. It has no case number at this point, but the rest of the dollar amounts correspond to a specific case currently before Your Honor.
Okay. So how much time is it going to take you guys to get all that done?
2 weeks should be more than enough, Judge. The guardian's on board to move quickly.
And Mr.
Yeah,
Hall,
but
I do have,
It's you I'm worried about, Hall. Okay, right. So my staff just brought up one good point. If I don't have the money that's paid on an uncharged case, we can't take in because we have nothing to receipt it to.
Okay.
So that's going to have to be handled in a different way unless somebody wants to charge another case, but he's got like whatever, so.
I'd rather, I think Ms. Reiser and I can work that out as far as a restitution check. Maybe it's payable directly to the corporation or something of that nature. But I don't think we need to arraign him and get all that going in order to.
Got it. Okay, so what I will do on all of his 6 matters before me is I will adjourn those out to November 1st, 2023 at 1:00.
Thank you so much, Judge, Ms. Reiser. And
You
Mr. Siller.
you did like a Vincent thing of looking over at your staff to make sure it was a good day.
It's not my first rodeo, Judge.
Yeah. I got you. All right.
Mr. Hall, I did receive your email.
No, at 9 a.m.
Okay.
Bond will
Fantastic.
continue, November 1st.
Joe, you were going to get me a letter from the facility. Remember that?
Yes, that is forthcoming. The Guardians, the Guardians had to get HIPAA waived, and it's from Arizona, so there were some moving pieces there. I'll get you that letter, Conrad.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Bond continued. Court calls the case, People versus Victor Lewis.
Commissioner Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Lewis. Your Honor, we are requesting an adjournment in this case. I don't believe we have discovery yet. So I would like an adjournment so I can meet with Mr. Lewis and go over that. I don't believe I believe it was an our office problem. I think we just requested it a couple days ago.
I'll adjourn this to November 1st.
Thank you.
2023, 9 a.m. I'm sorry,
Mr.
Mr. Lewis.
I'll see you in the next couple of days, Mr. Lewis.
What is, I don't get that. Why would you want to adjourn something? Why
I'm sorry?
Why we can't go to a breakout and you tell me about it now?
Mr. Lewis,
I'm not
He asked for a breakout room. We're not able to do a breakout room now, Mr. Lewis. I'm gonna come see you at the jail when I have the discovery from the prosecutor's office, okay?
What is this case about?
This
This is allegedly a retail fraud, meaning a shoplifting charge from the Target store
Okay.
on Carpenter. All right, thank you.
I do have court on the 23rd.
in a different court, Mr. Lewis. That's in 14B.
It's the same case though.
It is not. We'll have time to talk this week, Mr. Lewis. I'll explain everything to you, okay?
So I gotta stay in jail till the 1st?
You're being held on your 14B case, so it's up to Judge Washington.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Anna Lee Burgess.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Deborah Schlussel on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Annalee Burgess. Ms. Burgess, state your name.
Annalee Burgess. Good morning.
Good morning. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we would like to adjourn this out as far as possible. My client needs to do something with her license, and the earliest she can do it, it's in Rhode Island, and it's at the end of December.
I can't hear you. You're muffled now.
Oh, can you hear me now, Your Honor?
Yes, I can.
I'm sorry. My client needs to do something with her license at the end of December. The earliest she can do it is at the end of December. Can we adjourn this out as far as possible, please?
I don't know that I can go that far.
What's the farthest day you can go?
Well, I can get into December, but what's my second date in December?
All because of the holiday, we only have one, so it would be December 6th. Then the next one's January 3rd.
All right, here's what I'll do, Ms. Lussell. Don't like to do it, but I'll do January 3rd, 2024, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
All
right.
Thank you. Bond continued.
Thank
Some of these are arraignment pretrials.
Some of them are. What's that mean? Let me do this one. Court does call the case People versus Alex Eber.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Deborah Schlussel on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Alex Eber. Mr. Eber, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Alex
State
Eber
your
for the.
name. Thank you. Your Honor, today is the date and time set for, I believe, the first pretrial. Your Honor, the case has just started, and so and I've gotten discovery. I need to confer with the prosecutor and my client. So I would ask that you adjourn this out 30 days, or maybe a little less, little more, for plea negotiations. And I believe, Your Honor, you also had a bond violation for my client this morning.
I don't have anything indicating a bond violation. Why? What did he do?
That may have been taken care of.
Your Honor, then I think it is resolved.
It was a failure to report for a sober link, Your Honor.
Yeah. And
oh, was it failure to report?
Yeah, my client was actually arrested, and so I think it's resolved now. I wasn't on that hearing, so I didn't know it was an MIDC attorney.
All right.
They released me on that bond, so it should be resolved.
All right. November 15th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued with its conditions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Got it. Okay, court does call the cases of the People versus Vinciguerra, Domenico Vinciguerra.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Vinci Guerra.
All right, so starting, there are 3 other cases that he has. A disturbing the peace and trespassing, a retail fraud 2nd degree. Those are both state cases, and another state case, I think, no, a Pittsfield case of trespassing and retail fraud. So he has not yet been arraigned on. Okay, so I think I would like to do it this way if we could. I can arraign him on all of these. Mr. Vinciguerra?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you going to wish to be represented by the Public Defender's Office on your new cases?
Yes, the same public defender if possible, Your Honor. I already.
So on those 3 cases, those are cases ending in 1273, 1297, and 1360. These are all public defender cases.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did have a chance to speak with Mr. Vinciguerra about these cases. So at this time, we would waive any formal reading and stand mute. And I would ask for another pretrial now that we have all cases together so we can work something out between Mr. Siller and Ms. Reiser and I.
The defendant having waived formal reading on the new cases and standing mute, the court will enter a not guilty plea on those cases. Let me set bond conditions. What I will do, hang on, so we don't get these all messed up. What I will do is I will adjourn all matters out to November. How much time did you need? I was going to go to November 1st. You want longer than that, or will that work for you?
I think that'll work. I'm hoping that these are the last batch of cases that needed to be sworn out and arraigned on. So I think we can work something out. He is being held on a 15th district court case. I believe the next court date on that is the 23rd.
5th.
Of this one.
25th.
All right. So what I will do, given that at this juncture, I'll set PRs on. What do I have as other? Has he got PRs on his other case?
I believe you set him at 5,010%, so he could at least.
Yes, I did. So I'll set these also at 5,010% because so that we can get everything, and he's getting credit on those. All right. So I'm adjourning everything out. You said to the 1st will work?
Yes, thank you.
All right. I will adjourn all of the cases out to November 1st. As to bond on, let me just start with 1273. I've set the bond amount. I will order on all of these cases standard conditions, including no assaultive behavior or possession of any weapons, no alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal drug. On that case, defendant is not to enter any Meijer store.
Thank you.
In the state of Michigan. Okay, that's on that case. On the other case, let's go to 1297. I've ordered standard conditions as on all case, no alcohol, recreational marijuana. On that case, he is not to enter. That's also any Meijer store in the state of Michigan. Right. And on the last case, popular place, yep, no Meijer store in the state of Michigan. All right. And I think that does it on all of those. And we will see you on the 1st. All right. Thank you, Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Lauren.
I'll come see you soon.
I just need the dates.
We were waiting on the jail.
We are waiting on the jail at this point. How many more we have?
One, two, three. No, 6 defendants, but 1 defendant is 4 cases.
So how many defendants?
6.
6. Okay, when the jail comes up, I'll pop back on and we'll get ourselves through this. Or it's in pre-freeze.
Hello. What in the world?
Hello?
Okay, we're back on the record. Court does call the cases of the people versus Zachariah Haruska Dennis.
Tricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Haruska Dennis. Mr. Haruska Dennis, can you state your name for the record?
Zachariah Haruska Dennis, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your Honor, Mr. Haruska Dennis has a couple pending felonies. We are hoping to adjourn these so we can work on a global resolution. His next date on those felonies is tomorrow, the 19th. I believe they've just been kind of being pushed to work something out. So we're just kind of following along.
Okay, you want the 1st or the 15th? How do you want to do this? Doesn't matter to me.
Let's do the 15th, just because those felonies are taking some time to resolve. So that would give us some time to work something out.
All right, all of these matters are adjourned to then without objection, November 15, 2023, 9 a.m. All right. Bond will continue on these matters.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And we'll wait for the next one to be brought up.
And he.
Okay, we're back and court does call the case. Now we're back. Court does call the case, People versus Tyler Meddy.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Meddy. Mr. Meddy, can you unmute and state your name for the record?
Tyler Meddy.
This is actually the date for sentencing on this.
Yes, Your Honor, I did review the pre-sentence investigation report. We have no additions, deletions, or changes.
Mr. Meddy, anything you want to say before I impose sentence, sir?
Yes, sir. I know that they want to give me the down farms class in here. I just want to say that I have went to treatment already. I've stayed sober since I've been home from treatment. I'm wondering if I could possibly go back to the Sacred Heart treatment instead. That was just me to you. They ejected that for the PSI, but I just want to know what you would say for that. And if not, I just want to know if I could possibly get the early release after I finish the down farms class. I'm just trying to get back home to my kids as soon as possible, man.
All right. The okay.
Your Honor.
I will. I'm going to be. Go ahead, Ms. Polera.
My concern with Mr. Meddy is that the court did allow a release to treatment. He was also sentenced on a 14A2 district court case where he was allowed release to treatment. He did get released to go to Sacred Heart where he completed a 10-day program. I contacted that facility to have them send me the full report. My concern is his diagnosis with that. He did complete the inpatient. However, he refused any follow-up services. So that's my concern. You know, Mr. Meddy says that he wants treatment, but does he?
I really do. In all reality, my tether died because they evicted us from our house. They threw away my tether charger. I tried to get a hold of my attorney. I realized I should have got a hold of community corrections, but.
And also, Your Honor, just to remind the court, when Mr. Meddy was before the court for sentencing last time, while he was out still on bond, he did pick up another retail fraud second degree, which also landed him back in jail. And that's how he got back there.
And I'm not trying to make any excuses whatsoever. I know that what I did was wrong. I'm not trying to make excuses. I was stealing for drugs in the past. This time they raided everything in my house. My daughter didn't have any clothes. I couldn't send her to school. I know I was still wrong. That's the dead honest truth. I couldn't. If you see everything, it was all baby clothes that I took, man. I'm sorry for what I did. I'm not trying to justify my situation. I know that I was wrong for what I did, but I didn't know what to do. I went out there, got a job. I don't get paid within for 2 weeks, but I did start a job. I worked there for 2 days, but I'm trying to change, man. I'm sorry. That's it. That's all I can say.
All right. Sentence of the court. I will just sentence you to state minimums of the $125 statutory fee. I will order 365 days in jail, credit 68 that you served. Defendant is to serve the balance. Defendant is to complete the in-jail Dawn Farm program. I will not guarantee that I will release you early, but I will consider early release upon completion of that Dawn Farm program. All right. Thank you.
Hey, one more thing then.
I'm sorry?
Can I say one more thing then?
You can go ahead.
On my last case, they say that it's you got to do the jail time or whatever. Can I at least get the 210 days that you sentenced me last time? You sentenced me to 200.
I only have 68 on this case.
I had 68 days before I went to treatment. I've been back for 12, but I got sentenced to 210 days and I completed that.
Your Honor, I calculated 68 days from the date of this offense. So I gave you credit.
That's what the credit comes from. It's from the date of the offense.
And like I
Okay.
said, Ms. Murray, you only get credit for the time that you're actually in the jail. So, and I did calculate it as well, and Ms. Pilara is right that it's 68 days that you were in custody since on this case.
But what about the other 12 days I've been here today, this time?
That is including that time.
All right. So
Thank you.
it's not a guarantee that I get out after I finish this class either? All right.
I'm not considering anything until you do that.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. There's, oh, they got a second one. I don't have it. Are they up yet?
Oh, you know what? They don't have to do it, right?
That's okay. But they're gonna come up with a second sign.
Yeah, there is a second sign. They just turned the video on.
Oh, I got it. All right, so I don't know who. So I got a name on one and
Cameras on. Okay, let me give you the fridge files. This should be the right fridge today.
this should be the right footage today, let's hope. Court does call the case, People versus Charles Fridge.
Yes, sir. Charles Ridge here.
Hunter Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Fridge. Mr. Fridge, if you can state your name in full.
Charles Ridge.
Okay, what are we doing on these cases?
Your Honor, I did have an opportunity to speak to prosecution. We discussed a plea deal which Mr. Fridge would like to take, where one of the cases will be dismissed and then he will plead to allowing an ineligible driver to drive on the other case.
So Your Honor, in case 0016, originally charged DWLS, he's going to plead to MCL 257.326. If you accept that plea, I'll move to dismiss the original charge as well as dismissing case 0017.
Mr. Fridge, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
State your name again for the record.
Charles Ridge.
All right, Mr. Fridge, it's this court's understanding you're going to plead guilty to the charge of allowing an ineligible driver to operate a motor vehicle. That's a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days of jail, $100 fine plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Still wish to plead guilty
Yes.
to that charge? How do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
Yes.
You're on probation. Were you on probation back on, well, this was in 2019. Were you on probation? Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes.
And because you believe that you are indeed guilty of this offense?
Yes.
On December 27, 2018, the location of Ellsworth Road, Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan, did you have custody or control of a motor vehicle?
Yes.
Did you allow somebody who was otherwise ineligible, inclusive of yourself, to operate that motor vehicle?
No.
That's including yourself, Mr. Fridge.
Yes. Yes.
That's yes? Okay.
Yes.
Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea in case 0016. Or will accept his plea to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. The entirety of case 0017 is dismissed. How long have you been in, Mr. Fridge?
I've been in for 10 days so far, but I gotta serve 64 more days.
64 more?
Yeah.
Okay, let me do this then. Sentence you to, anything else you want to say before I impose sentence?
No.
Okay. I'll sentence you on this matter to $125 state minimums, 74 days, Washtenaw County Jail, credit 10, defendant to serve balance. Okay? And you're all set.
Yeah, so
Okay.
if I get an early release, then I still have to sit in here on this.
You would, but if you get an early release on that one, contact your attorneys.
Okay.
Okay. And we'll try to make it match up. I'm trying to make it match up with that one. All right.
Okay. Yep.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fridge.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
I got Tariq Wilson.
Oh, I took it back.
No,
Here you go.
I don't have it. Otherwise, I would have called him. Court calls the case, People versus Tariq Wilson.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, if you can't state your name in full.
Eric Wilson.
Your Honor, we would be asking for adjournment on this.
He being held on something else? You want the 1st or the 15th?
He is being held. Can we have the first?
This matter is adjourned November 1st, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued. All right. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. And I have Adante. Court calls case, People versus Michael Adante.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Adante. Mr. Adante, can you unmute and state your name for the record?
Oh yeah, Michael Adante. Good morning.
Good morning. What are we doing?
Your Honor, Mr. Adante is going to plead guilty as charged.
To retail fraud second?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Adante, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
State your name again, please.
Michael Adante.
You can put your hand down. Sir, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of retail fraud second degree. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration or a $2,000 fine plus court cost. The fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property taken. If that's greater than $2,000, that would become the maximum fine. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Still wish to plead guilty?
Yes.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, I'm not.
Has anybody promised you anything to get you to plead to this charge?
No, Your Honor.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No, Your Honor.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
And also because you believe that you're guilty of this offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
March 9th, 2023, at the location of 3825 Carpenter Road, Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan. What did you do at the Meijer store that makes you think that you're guilty?
I tried to return a pair of jeans that weren't purchased, get a gift card. I tried to return it without a receipt. I have a substance abuse history, trying to get my addiction under control and go back to Sacred Heart. I've just been struggling with substance abuse, so it was related to that. Just stupid move on my part trying to get drugs.
All right, so you were trying to return something you had not purchased to try to get a gift card to ultimately get money.
Yes, Your Honor.
At the time that you were doing this, the store was open to the public at the time?
Yes, Your Honor.
You didn't have anybody's permission to do that, did you?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Counsel? Well, and had you previously been convicted of retail fraud third degree in the 15th District Court?
I believe so. I believe that was for like Nordstrom Rack or something, I believe a couple years ago.
In October of 2020.
Yeah.
Yes.
I believe that's correct. Yes.
All right. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
The people are satisfied.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to this charge.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Mr. Adani is scheduled to go to Sacred Heart. He has another case that's before this court that's scheduled for sentencing on the 8th. I believe he's good to go on that one. He just would ask that any orders allow him to go. He's been working with Patrick and Miss.
He already has the order that he can be released to treatment on this case.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Defendant is referred to probation for a pre-sentence investigation and report. Sentencing in this matter November 8th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued. All right. Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question, Your Honor? I'm sorry. I am.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I am. So I can go to treatment, correct? I'm all set to go to treatment. Is that?
Yes, for the second time now, you're allowed on this case to go to treatment.
Okay, because they just had a wording last time where they said like I had to do a certain amount of days. That's why Patrick had. There's just a mix up on the order. I just wanted to make sure there just wasn't no mix up this time. I just want to make sure everything's good to go. So.
Well, I'm good to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Court calls the case. Sure. Then why'd you get into final? See, this is what I'm talking about. This is my last one.
That is your last one.
Oh, there they are. Court does call the case. People versus Tyran Watson.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Watson. Mr. Watson, if you can state your name and full.
Tyron Watson.
Yes.
All right, what are we doing?
I was unaware Mr. Watson was in the jail, so I didn't have an opportunity to meet with him yesterday. Can we just have a short adjournment a week or two? That way I get an opportunity to meet with him.
I'll adjourn this matter to November 1st, 2023, 9 a.m. I have him having a PR, so he must be held on something else.
Yes. Yeah, there are other cases pending.
Okay. All right, Mr. Watson. Thank you. We'll see you in a couple weeks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That's it for my 10 o'clock block. We're shortly after 11. We'll be back in a few minutes and we'll start the 11 o'clock block. Need a little break here. All right. Court stands in recess. I'm live.
The 14th District Court is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
Court does call the case of People versus Travis Paul.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sean Campbell on behalf of Mr. Paul.
Mr. Paul, can you state your name, please, sir?
Travis Paul.
All right. And what are we doing today? I've signed your stipulation for substitution of counsel, sir.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. I've been in discussions with the prosecutor. I think we're both in agreement for an adjournment. I'm looking at a couple of different avenues for Mr. Paul. I will remind the court there has been a little bit of delay. Just the court had my appearance down at first, and I was getting notices, and then for some reason the public defender's office was put on the case, and then I know the prosecutor's office has been busy, but we were able to talk for the first time yesterday.
Okay. So how much time did you need? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Ms. Reiser.
Your Honor, I do see that there's a bond violation in this case for failure to test on the 14th.
Do you have that? We do not have. On the 14th?
Yes, between 6 and 9 a.m.
Does it indicate that there was a makeup? Or did he do the retest?
No, it said Mr. Paul is scheduled for court on October 18th.
Okay. We don't have anything. And it's reported out as a progress report as opposed to a bond violation?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, so here's how I'll handle that. And sir, you've got to make sure that you do, Mr. Paul, you got to make sure that you do your testing on the sober link.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir.
All right, and that you test within the windows. And if you miss a test, you got to take a retest. You know the rules on it if you happen to miss a test. All right.
I do, sir.
And that's when you get in trouble if you don't do that. Okay.
Very good. Yes,
All
I
right,
understand that.
I'll give him that admonishment and I'll deal with it that way. And hopefully we don't have anything else. Counsel, how much time did you need? Did you want the 1st or the 15th of November?
15th of November would be better for my schedule.
Of course, every defense attorney was going to say that. Nobody's going to take the, never mind. I'll adjourn it to November 15th, 2023 at 9 a.m. All right, sir. All right. Bond will continue with its conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Candace Brooks.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Ms. Brooks. Ms. Brooks, if you're present, if you can unmute yourself and state your name.
She's not checked in.
Candace Brooks. Not checked in. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of $5,000. Give a 10% privilege on that. Second warrant, this warrant will issue immediately. Calls case of the People versus Brian Gonzalez.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Gonzalez Hernandez. Mr. Gonzalez Hernandez, if you're present, if you could unmute yourself and state your name.
It's not checked.
It's not checked in. That was in 2020. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond will be set in the amount of $5,000. 10% privilege. That warrant will issue immediately. Court calls case of the People versus Christopher Helt.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Helt. Mr. Helt, can you state your name for the record, please?
Christopher Helt.
Thank
All
you.
right. Okay, what do we do?
Your Honor, it's my understanding for counsel that the defendant has now obtained an insurance policy, and she has proof of that. Under those circumstances, the people would move to dismiss.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Case is dismissed. Mr. Held, remember when you showed up and wanted to do this yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah. I told you it'd work out if you just talked to somebody, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm surprised you remember that.
All right, Mr. Held, have a good one.
All right, thank you.
Court calls the case of the people versus, is it Kayshawn Norton?
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Horton. Mr. Horton, if you are present, can you unmute and state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Kayshawn Horton.
Got him.
Your
All
Honor,
right, what are we doing?
Mr. Horton and I have not spoken. I would ask for an adjournment to allow us to connect.
I adjourn this matter to November 1st, 2023, 9 a.m. Mr. Horton, do you have the public defender's office number?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, I do.
All right. Do me a favor. Call right after you hang up. Give them a call. Leave your name, a good phone number, and a valid email address so everybody has it correct and they can get through to you, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. We'll see you in a couple weeks, November 1st. Court calls the case of the people versus Delgina Little.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Ms. Little. Ms. Little, can you unmute and state your name for the record, please?
Delgina Little.
Got her. Okay, what are we doing?
Your Honor, Ms. Little has a pending felony. I'm asking for an adjournment so we can track along. Ms. Reiser has indicated if she resolves the felony, this case will be dismissed. She does have a pending warrant in that felony, and I am working with her to resolve that warrant and get it reset before Your Honor.
Before me?
Yes, it was scheduled for PCC on the 12th.
Got it. Okay. I'll adjourn this to November 1st, 2023, 9 a.m.
Wait,
right.
excuse me. Wait, hold on. I have another court date on November 1st. One second. November 1st, I have to, let me see, that's in 14A2. That's supposed to be at 1 o'clock.
Okay, and this is in the morning. So do you have the public defender on the other case?
No, for the 14A2.
Yes, in 14A2 case.
No, I haven't spoken with anyone yet.
Okay, let me do this. I'll set this one for the 15th. That way we don't, November 15th, 9 a.m. That way we won't have any confusion.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Court calls the case, people versus Caitlin Morgan.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Ms. Morgan. Ms. Morgan, can you unmute and state your name for the record, please?
Caitlin Morgan, not checked in. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond in this case will be set in the amount of $5,000. Give a 10% privilege. That warrant, however, this time will issue immediately. Thank you. Court calls the case of the people versus Dylan Outway.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Outway. Mr. Outway, if you can state your name in full.
Dylan Outhwaite.
Okay, what are we doing?
Your Honor, my understanding is Mr. Outwit would plead today count one would be dismissed, and then there would be an added count two for a civil infraction of no insurance.
Of no proof of insurance.
Yes.
Is that a correct statement, Ms. Reiser?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's 155, right?
Yes.
I can spell proof. All right, sir.
Yeah.
Do you admit responsibility to the fact that on August 28th, 2023, at the location, let me get the ticket, at location of eastbound I-94 in Pittsfield Township, Washington County, State of Michigan, that upon the request of an officer, you failed to provide proof of insurance?
Yes.
All right, court will accept that admission of responsibility to no proof of insurance. Count one is dismissed. Fines and cost of $155. When can you pay that?
Yeah.
When can you pay it?
Within the week before
All right.
Friday.
All right, I'll give you to October 31st. Get it done. Okay?
All right.
Okay. Thank you, young man.
Thank you.
Court calls the case People versus Leah Pearson.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Ms. Pearson. Ms. Pearson, if you can unmute yourself and state your name in full.
Leah Pearson.
What are we doing?
Your Honor, for this one, the client was gonna plead guilty to an added count two of impaired driving. Or I apologize, it's actually a no contest plea. I did send the police report yesterday. That plea is based on lack of recollection, and then count one would be dismissed.
That's correct.
Is that a
Your Honor.
correct? All right, thank you, Mr. Ms. Pearson, can you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. State your name again for the record, please.
Leah Pearson.
All right. Ma'am, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead no contest to the charge of operating while visibly impaired. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, a fine of up to $300 plus court costs. The court could order any rehabilitative services or community service the court deems necessary. Your vehicle is subject to immobilization. The court could also order you to pay the cost of the prosecution as well as the cost of any emergency governmental services. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand what a no contest plea is?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. First thing is that I have to say about a no contest plea or tell you about a no contest plea is it does mean that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Second thing you need to understand is that for purposes of sentencing, the court will treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Still wish to plead no contest?
Yes, Your Honor.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
No contest.
Now you understand that by pleading no contest, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you on probation or parole?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you
Your
on
Honor.
probation?
Oh, go ahead.
Yes.
Sorry. I was gonna say, the event that she's on probation for occurred after this event.
All right, very good. So on November 10th of 2022, you were not on probation. Is that correct, ma'am?
No.
All right. Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead to this charge?
No.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court has been provided Michigan Department of State Police report for their case number 8703-22 and has reviewed same. Any objection to the court reviewing that report?
No, Your Honor.
No objection.
On a review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of the defense counsel. Have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
The people are satisfied.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of no contest to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Defendant is referred to Von Swartz for an alcohol screening and assessment and the victim's impact panel. Sentencing in this matter will be December 13th, 2023, 9 a.m. All right. Ms. Pearson, you to wait there. Do we have probation intake available? No. We're going to put you right now into a breakout room with probation intake. They'll give you the information so we can proceed to sentencing on this matter. Okay.
Okay. So I have to come back on December 13th.
Yes, ma'am.
And then what happens on that day?
I impose sentence for this offense.
Okay.
I know that
Okay.
sounded ominous. I will sentence you on that date for your plea in this case. Okay.
Okay. I don't know what my sentence is gonna be.
No,
Pearson.
nobody knows what your sentence is going to be. That's why you have to go through screening and assessment. I need probation to take a look at it. They're going to make a recommendation. Your attorney's going to get to speak at that time. You, if you want to get to speak at that time, and then I will say what your sentence will be.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any other questions?
Not at this time.
Okay, very good. We'll put you into a breakout room with probation intake and they'll give you some information. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Have a blessed.
You do the same. Court calls. Thank you for that. She was giving me a blessing and you threw her in. Good job, Ann. Court calls the case. People versus Saquon Powell.
Patricia Reiser on
This
behalf
is-
of the people.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Powell. Mr. Powell, if you're present, if you can unmute yourself and state your name in full.
Yeah, I see him. Mr. Powell, state your name. You need to unmute first, sir. If you're on a computer, hold down the space key. The space bar. Nope.
Your Honor,
Just
we were
for-
gonna request an adjournment on this.
Okay, he froze and now is out. So can you shut his video?
Yeah, 'cause it won't.
It won't let him. Oh, he's signing back in. Real quick. Let's see if we get him in.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Powell?
Yeah, it's Saquon Powell.
Okay,
Sorry
your
about that,
attorney
Your
has
Honor.
indicated, it's okay. Your attorney's indicated that she's requesting an adjournment of this matter. So I will adjourn this matter to November 1st, 2023, 9 a.m.
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay?
Thank you.
Bond continued with its conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Court does call the case, people versus Tatiana Tedder.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Ms. Tedder. Ms. Tedder, if you are present, can you unmute and state your name for the record, please?
Ms. Heather is not signed in.
She is not signed in. Unusual. She usually, well, no, she's not. All right. I was about to tell a fib. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Goodness 5,000. Again, 10%. That warrant will issue immediately, just like the last one on both cases. That's it for May 11. All right, court will stand in recess. Excuse me, till our 12 o'clock block. I'm live.
The 14-8 District Court is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near, the Honorable Judge Cedric Simpson presiding.
Court does call the case of the People versus Anthony Warren.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, This is the Public Defender Lauren Kearney on behalf of Mr. Warren. Mr. Warren, can you unmute and state your name for the record, please?
Anthony Warren.
This was the gentleman that we, okay. All right, and Mr. Warren, I know you sent a message as to why we shut your video. We had to shut your video, regardless of how one may feel. I had to shut the video because what was showing was a political statement. So as part of the rules of the court, it couldn't be showed in court. That's why, so that you understand that. Okay, sir.
Understandable.
All right, thank you. All right, what are we doing with Mr. Warren's case?
Your Honor, Mr. Warren is going to plead to count 1 in exchange for a dismissal of count 2, the driving suspended license count.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Ready? And Mr. Warren, now having asked you that, do you have video, sir? Okay, hang on. Oh, we got you. Okay. And that was a dismissal of count 2. All right, Miss. Oh, you there? Oh, he's flashing in and out on me.
Your Honor, Mr. Warren is actually on his way to inpatient treatment at Sacred Heart. He's in a vehicle, but he's not driving.
Got it. Okay. All right, Mr. Warren, can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of operating while intoxicated. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. Court could order community service and any rehabilitative services the court deems necessary. The court could also order your vehicle mobilized. Could order you to pay the cost of the prosecution as well as the cost of any emergency governmental services. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And understanding all of that, you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, sir.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Yes, I do, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal upright?
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation or parole?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were you on probation at the time of this offense in June of 22?
No, sir.
All right. Has anybody promised you anything?
No.
Other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you?
No, sir.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
That is correct.
And because you believe that you're guilty of this offense?
That is correct.
On the date of June 30th, 2022, at the location of Talladega Road in Augusta Township, Washington County, state of Michigan, were you operating a motor vehicle?
Yes, I was.
Prior to operating that motor vehicle, had you ingested a controlled substance?
Yes, I overdosed.
Okay. What'd you OD on?
Heroin.
Okay. And did the police arrive where you were?
Yes.
All right. And was there an accident at all, sir?
No.
All right. Were you ultimately arrested and taken to the hospital?
Yes.
All right. And there was a blood draw?
Yes.
And the blood draw showed heroin or its derivatives in your system?
Yes.
And do you have any reason to dispute those blood test results?
No, sir.
All right. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
The people are satisfied, Your Honor.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Accept the defendant's plea to count 1, count 2 is dismissed. Defendant is referred to Von Schwartz for screening and assessment and the victim's impact panel. Sentencing in this matter will be December 13th, 2023, 9 a.m. as your Zoom invite indicates. All right, Mr. Warren?
Could you repeat that date one more time, Your Honor?
Sure. December 13th.
Okay.
9 a.m. Okay?
All right. Sounds good.
And
Thank
you're
you.
headed to inpatient now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right. And I'm actually, you'll appreciate this. I'm glad we're talking to each other today. I'm glad you're alive, my friend.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. So what we're going to do, Mr. Warren, is I'm going to put you into a breakout room with probation. They'll give you some additional information. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Actually, we're not going to put you into a breakout room. They're going to email you and your attorney so that we'll get in contact with you. Okay. Because they're not available right now. All right.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
All right, Mr. Warren. Good luck.
Yeah. Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Kewan Williams.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, if you are present, if you could unmute yourself and state your name.
Oh, there he is.
Yes, Kewan Williams.
Thank you, sir. All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, it was our intentions for Mr. Williams to plead to a retail fraud third today to an added count 2, and then count 1 would be dismissed.
That's what he wants to do. You said that was your intention. Is that your intention still?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Williams, raise your right hand. And that is the agreement, Ms. Reiser.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Williams, do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
State your name for the record, sir. Oh, you broke up there. What's your name? Oh, I think he froze on me. Yeah, shut his video. Hang on, Mr. Williams. Can you shut it for now?
Let's see.
Okay. Mr. Williams, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, barely. You're breaking up. Can you try to shut it now? Oh,
Well,
yeah, he just did. Okay, Mr. Williams. Oh, you're in a different spot now. You're muted, Mr. Williams.
Hello?
Yep, I'm going to keep your video off so we got better bandwidth, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Williams, it's this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of retail fraud in third degree. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days jail, $500 fine plus court costs. Fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property taken. If that's greater than $500, that would become the maximum fine. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
I plead guilty for the charge.
All right. You understand that by pleading guilty, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you on probation or parole?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm on probation.
Okay, were you on probation on September 1st of 2022?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead to this charge?
No, Your Honor.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No, Your Honor.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
And because you believe that you're guilty of this offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
September 1st, 2022, at the location of, I believe it's 3300 Carpenter Road, Pittsfield Township, Washington County, State of Michigan. What did you do at the Home Depot that makes you think that you're guilty?
I resulted in leaving a store with unpaid items that was confiscated before leaving the premises.
Okay, so you tried to walk out and tried to leave the premises with the items from Home Depot?
I paid for one item and I thought I paid for multiple items, but I didn't. But I was fully aware of leaving without paying.
Okay, you say you were fully aware when you were leaving that you had not paid for the item?
Yeah, I had realized, but I was already out the store. And I was like, I have a print child that needed a diaper change at the time, and he's
okay.
also
So hold
like
on,
to
hold on,
Central
Mr.
Line.
Williams. Mr. Williams.
Yep. Yes.
Were you intending on
Yes.
taking that property without paying for it at any point?
I was not.
Okay, then I
was
cannot
not.
accept this plea. I cannot accept this plea. You want to set this for trial?
No, I mean not.
Well, hold on, Mr. Williams. I can't accept your plea given what you said.
I meant to
What
say
would you like
yes,
to do,
actually.
counsel? What would you like to do, counsel?
We can set for final settlement and I'll have a conversation with Mr. Williams in between.
Jury final settlement conference will be set for December 8th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Jury selection, if necessary, will be December 11th, 2023 at 8:30. Both of those proceedings are in person. All right. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your
Court
Honor.
calls case, People versus Shaquille Wilson.
Bridget,
Supervisor on behalf of the people.
Bridget Kearns on behalf of Mrs. Wilson. Mrs. Wilson, if you're present, if you can unmute yourself and state your name.
I see your name. Shaquille Wilson.
Here. Shaquille Wilson.
Okay, hello. All right, what are we doing?
That is our intention, or we will be pleading to the charge as charged, and then in exchange, Ms. Wilson would be granted HIDA status.
So she's pleading under HIDA, counsel.
Yes, yes.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Is that a prosecutor's HIDA?
Yes, it
Is
is.
that the agreement?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, can you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't hear you there.
Yes, sir.
All right. State your name again for the record, please.
Shakia Carter Wilson.
All right. You can put your hand down. Ma'am, it is this court's understanding that you're going to be pleading guilty to the charge of embezzlement by an agent or trustee less than $200. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 fine plus court costs. Fine could be increased to 3 times the value of the property taken. If that's greater than $500, that would become the maximum fine. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Understanding that, you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
I plead guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, sir.
All right. Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you anything to get, other than what's been stated here today on the record, to get you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you?
No, sir.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
And also because you believe that you are indeed guilty of this offense?
Yes, sir.
February 23rd, 2023, at the location of 7000 East Michigan Avenue, Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan. Were you an employee of Walmart?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what'd you do that makes you think that you're guilty of this offense?
I stole about $40 worth of belongings or items.
All right. And you came into possession of those items by virtue of your employment?
Yes, sir.
All right. You didn't have anybody's permission to take that property, did you?
No, sir.
All right. And the property that you took belonged to the principal, or the property that you took belonged to Walmart. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I think that's it. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule, and would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
The people are satisfied.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to this charge. Defendant is referred to probation for a pre-sentence investigation and report. Sentencing in this matter will be December 13th, 2023, 9 a.m. as your Zoom invite indicates, and probation intake still not there.
Correct.
All right. And
Okay.
what may happen is they will be probation will be emailing you with information so that they can start this process. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you. I just got one more question, if that's okay.
What if I said no? No, go ahead, man. Ask me your question.
Okay. So just to clarify, you said the 13th at 9 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Oh, okay. Well, that was easy. Okay, I would have let you ask that. All
Thank
right.
you.
Take care.
You too.
Court calls the case. People versus Jalen Wynn.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Ms. Wynn. Ms. Wynn, can you unmute and state your name for the record?
Jalen Wynn.
Thank you. Your Honor, we are asking for an adjournment to review some more video, and there is pending bond violation reports as well.
Yes, I do see that. I will grant an adjournment. If you're viewing video, I'll adjourn this matter out to November 1st, 2023 at 9 a.m. As to the bond violation,
Your Honor, I did speak with Ms. Wynn regarding those violations. She will admit to missing those tests. I think her reasoning is twofold. She did state that because of her health issues, she is quite forgetful and sometimes does forget the test. She indicates that she doesn't get a notification. She just has to remember the test 3 times a day. And she also did inform me that she believes she may be testing wrong. Ms. Wynn, you may be able to help me out here, but she thinks that maybe when she tests, she's not waiting for it to go through before clicking accept. And then it's not registering her test as a full completed test. I will note she has no violations for testing positive for alcohol. She has been sober for about a year now. It's just her missing tests. I was hoping to just move her along, make sure that she gets back on track with those tests. But she is admitting to missing those today.
All right, here's what I'm going to do, because otherwise what's going to end up happening is I'm going to consider these at some point to be positive tests where she's missing this many. And so I think the safer bet at this juncture, so that we can make sure that it's happening, is I'm going to switch her to a scram tether. That way she won't.
I'm interviewing for, excuse me, my apologies for speaking out of turn. I am interviewing for jobs right now, and they are positions in upper administrative positions. I can't do that. I'm okay. I think that what happened is I'm not pushing the okay. It's just telling me that the test has been test has been sent, but then it flashes that it's been sent and it has the okay. I'm not hitting that okay. And I think that that's the problem. I'm taking the test religiously. I've been to AA, I've done all that.
Okay, ma'am, here's what I'll do. I was looking to try to protect you from having a positive test. I'll let you go. And if I have any more missed tests, then I don't have an option. It's either I'm going to incarcerate you or put you on the scram. If we're clear on that, then we'll do it this way.
I appreciate your making.
But I'm not going to, but if there are missed tests, I am not going to be hearing anything as to why. I need you to understand that.
I understand.
I'm just either going to put you on the scram or I'm sending you.
I understand.
All right. I'm going to indicate no more missed tests or potential jail. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you on the 1st.
All right.
Good
Good
here.
afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Interpreter. If you could please turn on your video, unmute, and raise your right hand to be sworn.
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially, using your best skill and judgment, and to translate from English into Urdu and from Urdu into English in a manner now before the court, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Interpreter.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Court does call the cases of the people versus Shazia Raja.
वो कोर्ट जो आपका केस बुला रहा है शजिया राजा के बारे में वो आप आए सामने.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
वो Patricia Reiser का नाम दी थी अपनी वकील की people के लिए.
Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Raja. Mr. Raja, can you state your name for the record?
Shazia Raja.
Shazia Raja.
ठीक है पूरा नाम बता दे.
Shazia Raja.
His name is Shazia Abdul Raja.
What are we doing on this case, these cases today?
जज साहब ने पूछी था हम इस बारे में हम क्या करेंगे इस केस के बारे में.
अच्छा.
Your Honor, I apologize. Mr. Raja and I have not spoken.
वो वकील कह रही थी वो आपके साथ कोई बात नहीं हुई.
At our last hearing, you asked him to get in touch with us and update his phone number. That phone number was not in service when I attempted to call it.
और वो जो पिछले केस जो जज साहब ने सुना था तो ये आपकी जिम्मेदारी थी तो कोर्ट को कॉल करने के लिए और आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन जो है ना फोन नंबर के लिए वो आपको अपडेट कर ले और जब वो नंबर उसका पास था वो नहीं चल रहा था.
मैंने कॉल की थी.
He did provide a phone number to his sister yesterday.
कह रहे हो आप अपनी बहन को एक फोन नंबर पर दी थी.
So hopefully we can get in touch using that number.
तो कह रही थी तो शायद उस नंबर पे हम कोशिश करेंगे आपसे राब्ता करने के लिए. He said, okay.
I know this has been adjourned multiple times, but we have not been able to get in touch.
वो कह रही थी तो हम जानती हूँ तो इतना ज्यादा ये तो केस आगे चल रहा है लेकिन हम आप मौका नहीं मिले से बात करने के लिए आपके साथ.
I will adjourn these matters to November 15th, 2023 at 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates.
वो कह रहे तो आप अगली जो केस जो सुनेंगे नवंबर 15 तक सुबह 9 बजे और या मतलब आपके जूम इंफॉर्मेशन जो है या कोई फर्क में हो जाएगा फिर आपको बताएंगे उससे पहले.
अच्छा तो वो जूम वगैरह आईडी वगैरह सब कुछ भेज देंगे ना नंबर, क्योंकि मैं आज पहली बार मैंने फोन के जरिए इस्तेमाल किया है तो मैं कोर्ट गया था, उन्होंने मुझे ये आईडी दी थी, ये लिख के दिया था ये पेपर वगैरह पे, तो इस तरह का मुझे.
हाँ दोबारा बोले.
ये उन्होंने मुझे ये आज मैं कोर्ट गया था, उन्होंने मुझे ये जूम की आईडी वगैरह लिख के दी थी, तो इस तरह का मुझे नंबर वगैरह दोबारा भेज देंगे ये.
Yeah, he's saying that would you can please send him the Zoom information because he actually had to go to the court today, and then at the court they actually wrote it down on that piece of paper with the information of the Zoom link and the meeting password. So if you could kindly give him that Zoom information for the court case.
We will put it in the chat along with the password.
कहता हूँ इसमें जो चैट जो है ना इसकी वो उसमें डालेंगे और पासवर्ड के समेत.
अच्छा ठीक है चैट में.
Yes. He said okay.
ये जूम में डाल देते हैं, जो जूम होगी उसमें डाल देंगे जो
जो Zoom. हाँ, so he's asking is this is how does the Zoom really kind of how does it work pretty much, but we just want to tell him.
Tell him the password or what?
How does the Zoom work for him? That's what he's asking.
I don't know what he means because he just needs to call in on Zoom. His attorney can explain that to him.
आपका जो वकील है ना वो आपसे सारा समझाएगा कैसे Zoom इस्तेमाल करने के लिए, ठीक है ना?
अच्छा.
He said okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Interpreter.
One more question. I just wanted to get this. You had it for November 15th at 9 in the morning?
All right, 9 or as the Zoom invite indicates. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Roy here for Spanish.
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Roy.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, Miss Ann. Just to let you know, I did have some problems in the last call. 1423 is not working.
The R code?
That's correct, Your Honor.
That is our number. Right?
That is our number.
Yeah,
I'm done. Sir, I'm done.
Yes, sir, you're done.
Okay, thank you so much. I used first time Zoom, my daughter helped me. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, I did use that number last time. And they did get back to me afterwards. They told me it was not good.
Well,
I haven't received any communication like that.
we have not received that communication at all.
Yeah.
Can you see, if you can hold for a moment, right? Can we get to administration right away and make sure that number hasn't changed?
Yes.
Let me do some other ones. We're trying to get through to somebody to make sure that that number is good. Okay, so I'll
Yes, Your Honor. I'll hold. I'll be in the background.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Court does call the case, People versus William Austin.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Austin. Mr. Austin, can you state your name for the record?
William Austin.
Thank you.
Okay, what are we doing?
Your Honor, Mr. Austin is going to proceed with to pleading guilty to a reduced charge of operating while visibly impaired.
Okay, we tried this the last time. Are we going to be able to get through this?
Yes, we did have a conversation about the plea, and he does understand all the legal elements at this time.
So, Your Honor, based upon that, once again, I'll add a count 2 of operating while visibly impaired. And if the court accepts that guilty plea, I'd move to dismiss count 1.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name for the record, please.
William Gordon Austin.
Sir, it is this court's understanding you're going to plead guilty to the charge of operating while visibly impaired. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, up to a $300 fine plus court costs. The court could also order rehabilitative services or community services the court deems necessary. The court could also immobilize your vehicle. Court could also order you to pay the cost of the prosecution as well as the cost of any emergency governmental services. You understand all of that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And understanding that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, I do.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, I'm not.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead to this charge?
No, sir.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes.
And because you believe that you're guilty of this offense?
Yes, sir.
I don't know who, somebody's taking my screen, and if they do it again, they're kicked out. Got it. Sir, June 10th, 2000, of the parking lot of Joanne Fabrics at 3737 Carpenter Road in Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan. Were you operating a motor vehicle? Mr. Austin?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay, were you operating a motor vehicle at that location?
Yes.
All right. Were you stopped by the police or did the police arrive at that location?
The police arrived.
All right. The time that they arrived, did they arrest you at that time?
I was taken to the hospital for a blood test, and
Okay.
then yes, sir.
Okay. So they arrested you and took you to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
When the police arrived, was your vehicle running?
Yes, it was.
All right. Do you have any objection or dispute regarding the right of the police to arrest you, to investigate, detain you, and arrest you in this circumstance?
No, sir.
All right. You were taken to the hospital, and in being taken to the hospital, there was a blood test, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what were the results of that blood test?
I don't remember what the numbers were, but it was high.
219?
That sounds correct. Yes, sir.
All right. If I said it was a 0.219, do you have any reason to dispute those blood test results?
No, sir.
All right. So somehow you got into that parking lot and you drove there. So I'm going to ask you this question in relation to that. Taking everything into consideration on that date and at that time, do you believe that your ability to operate that motor vehicle was visibly impaired due to your consumption of alcohol?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, have I now complied with the court rule, and would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed pursuant to the plea agreement. Defendant is referred to Von Swartz for an alcohol screening and assessment and the victim's impact panel. Sentencing in this matter will be December 13th, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates, they're not back yet. They are not back yet. You will be emailed, sir, with information from the probation department regarding your next steps, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Administration.
Okay. Court calls the case of the People versus Nicole Ballard.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Ms. Ballard. Ms. Ballard, can you state your name for the record, please?
Oh, Ballard.
Okay, what are we doing?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Ballard is attempting to get her license. She is set to take her written test soon. We're asking for an adjournment to allow her to give her some time to get her license.
I'll adjourn the matter out November 15th, 2023, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates, bond will continue. Okay, Ms. Ballard, thank you.
Thank you.
Court calls case People versus Kenya Bell McGee.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Ms. Bell McGee. Ms. Bell McGee, if you're present, if you can unmute yourself and state your name.
She is not checked in. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appeal. Bond will be set in the amount of $5,000. I'll give a 10% privilege on that. There's not been a previous warrant, so that warrant won't issue until October 20th, 2023. Thank you. Court does call the case of the People versus Demarius Phillips.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Billups. Mr. Billups, can you state your name for the record?
Demarius Billups.
Thank you. Mr. Billups is in drug court. To get his license, he needs to have a device installed. We are asking for an adjournment so he can have some time to get a license and avail himself to the prosecutor's offer.
I'll adjourn the matter to November 15th, 2023, 9 a.m. Okay. All right. Bond continued. Thank you. Court calls the case People versus Earl Hicks.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Hicks. Mr. Hicks, if you can unmute yourself and state your name.
Earl Hicks.
Thank
Your
you.
Honor. Your Honor, we would like for this case, Mr. Hicks was offered allowing an ineligible driver to drive added count 2 in exchange for dismissal of count 1.
So, Your Honor, I'd move to add count 2 of MCL 257.326. If you accept that plea, I'd move to dismiss count 1.
All right. He can't get a license. Is that the deal?
Let's check his notes.
Your Honor, he does have a pending high BAC case in 14B District Court, which may impact how he handles this case.
I got you. Okay, because I was just looking at the record and okay, I understand. Mr. Hicks, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
State your name again for the record.
Earl Hicks.
You can put your hand down. Sir, it is this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of allowing an ineligible driver to operate a motor vehicle. That's a misdemeanor. punishable by up to 90 days in jail, $100 fine plus court costs. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now you understand that by pleading guilty, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
Doing this voluntarily and of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
And also because you believe that you're guilty of this offense?
Yes, sir.
On May 12th, 2023, at the location of Ellsworth Road, Pittsfield Township, Washington County, State of Michigan, did you have custody or control of a motor vehicle?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you allow somebody who was otherwise ineligible, inclusive of yourself, to operate that motor vehicle?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have I complied with the court rule? Would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Sir, anything you want to tell me before I impose sentence?
No, Your Honor.
Fines and costs of $250. I'll suspend 90 days in jail. When can you get that paid?
A few weeks, sir.
Few weeks. Can you get it paid before the end of the month, or you need more time?
I can do that, sir.
Okay. Pay it by October 31st, 2023. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hicks.
Thank you.
Court calls the case People versus Dallas Knights.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight, if you are present, if you can, unmute yourself, turn on your camera and state your name and full.
It's Mrs. Knight and Dallas Knight.
I apologize, Mrs. Knight.
I mean, Miss Knight, sorry.
Okay. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, our office doesn't have a phone number for Miss Knight, so I will, if she can contact our office and leave her contact information with us.
All right, Ms. Knight, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to adjourn your case out to November 15, 2023.
Okay.
At 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates, okay?
Okay.
Okay, do you have the number for the public defender's office?
Yes, I do.
All right, here's what I want you to do right after you hang up. I need you to call that number, leave your name, give them a good phone number for you and a valid email address so they can get in touch with you and figure out what we're going to do with this case, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Bond will continue.
Thank you.
Any news?
Spoke with Ms. Burby. She is unaware of the number changing or why it would work.
Okay. On the cases that are Spanish interpreters, we're unclear as to why the number doesn't work. We've contacted our court administration, who now has to contact somebody else. So what I'm going to do on both of those cases, we can communicate in writing. Who is here? But no, who are the two cases? Castro.
It is honestly only one of them is signed in Alvarez.
Alvarez. Okay, Roy, while we work that out, could you communicate to Miss Alvarez that I'm adjourning her case out to November 1st? Could you do that favor for me, sir?
Sure. Muy bien. And sorry, what was the name of the
Asmedi Alvarez.
Ok, con la señora Asmedi Álvarez, si se encuentra presente.
Sí.
Gracias, doña Asmedi. Entonces, indica a su señoría que va a estar aplazando su caso para la fecha de noviembre 1 del 2023.
Okay.
Okay, Your Honor.
All righty. Thank you, Roy, for doing that for us. We'll get that all sorted out. I don't know how I could get to a docket without you being here, so we'll get that number figured out.
Okay, no problem, Your Honor. Thank you
All right.
for using our service. Have a good one. Bye.
Take care. All right, both that case and Diaz is not here. So on the Alvarez matter, I'm adjourning that out to November 1st. 2023 at 9. Then on the other matter, we might have some present. I don't. It might be iPhone 2. Court calls the case of State of Michigan versus Isel Diaz Sanchez.
Patricia Reiser on behalf of the people.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mrs. Diaz Sanchez. Mrs. Diaz Sanchez, if you're present, if you can unmute and turn on your camera.
I'm here.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm going to adjourn your case or move your case to November 1st, 2023.
Okay.
Did you understand that?
Yes, I understand you.
All right, good. Very good. Thank you.
What time? November
It'd be
1st?
November 1st, 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. See, I did pretty good. I speak Spanish. All right. All right. I'm going to take a brief break and then we'll come back, start our 11 o'clock block. I think that's it for you, Miss Reiser, is it not?
I believe that is all for me, Your Honor.
All right. A pleasure always. Have a great
Yes,
evening.
likewise. You too.
See you. Goodbye, Tricia.
Bye.
Yep.
All right. Court's in recess. 5.
The 14A District Court is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge Dave Cedric Simpson presiding.
Court does call the cases of the people versus Dejan Munson. 2 cases.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Munson. Mr. Munson, if you are present, if you can unmute yourself and state your name.
My name is Dejan Munson.
Okay, what are we doing?
Your Honor, there is a plea bargain that Mr. Munson would like to take. The deal is that he pleaded guilty to allowing an ineligible driver to drive. That would be case number ending in 1024, and then case number ending in 1255 be dismissed.
That is correct, Your Honor. So in case 1024, I'd move to add count 2 of MCL 257.326. Mr. Munson's going to plead guilty to that. If you accept it, I'd move to dismiss the original charge as well as case 255.
Mr. Munson, raise your
Yes.
right hand. Sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
State your name again for the record.
My name is Dejan Munson.
All right, you can put your hand down. Sir, it is this court's understanding you're going to plead guilty to the charge of allowing an ineligible driver to operate a motor vehicle. That is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 90 days in jail and or a $100 fine plus court costs. You understand that?
I understand.
Still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
No contest.
Well, no.
Mr. Munson, this is a guilty plea. If you want to do a no contest, we can try to adjourn this. And
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I guess I just have my terminology misunderstood. I plead guilty.
All right. You understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses, to speak for you at trial, or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself, or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand all of that, sir?
I understand.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yes,
Are you on probation or parole?
I am.
All right. Were you on probation on July 2nd, 2022?
Yes.
All right. I do have to advise you then that your entry of a plea in this case could be considered a violation of your parole or your probation. If it is considered a violation of your probation, that court, the other court, could consider that or could sentence you to the maximum allowable under those other charges. You understand that?
Can I have a breakout room with my attorney, please?
You cannot have a breakout room, but I understand you're reluctant. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to adjourn this matter out. Council can have a detailed discussion with you on it. I will adjourn this out to November 1st, 2023, 9 a.m. or Zoom invite indicates bond will continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court does call the case. People versus Demfong Ingo or Go.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny about, on behalf of Ms. New, or Neil. Ms. Neil, are you, if you are present, can you unmute and state your name for the record?
They were with a caseworker. They were told to come back at 1 o'clock. Not sure if that's going to happen. I will, even though they're not appearing at this point, they did appear. I'll adjourn this out to November 1st, 2023 at 9 a.m. Council, you can look into that. Figure out what may have happened. Hang on 1 second. Court does call the case of People versus Renee Nichols.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Ms. Nichols. Ms. Nichols, can you state your name for the record?
Renee Nichols.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
What are we doing?
I have heard, received an offer from Mr. Siller. We would just like to review, some video before we proceed. So I'm asking for an adjournment.
November 1st, 2023, 9 a.m. Ms. Nichols' bond will continue. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court does call the case, People versus Xavier Priester.
Henry Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Priester. Mr. Priester, if you're present, if you can unmute yourself and state your name.
Xavier Priester. They are not checked in. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond $5,000. 10% privilege. That warrant will not issue until November 20th, 2023. October 20th, 2023. Thank you. Court calls case People versus Tayana Santiago.
Henry Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Ms. Santiago. Ms. Santiago, can you unmute and state your name for the record, please?
Hi,
Hi, what's your name?
Tayana Santiago.
Okay, got her. Okay. What are we doing?
Your Honor, Ms. Santiago has her permit. She still needs to take her driving test, so we are asking for an adjournment to allow her to get her valid license.
And when is she taking the driving test?
Ms. Santiago?
I'm waiting on my insurance to cover for my glasses, so that should be like sometime this week.
Okay, here's what I'll do. Let you get all that sorted out. I'll adjourn this to November 15th, 2023, 9 a.m. as your Zoom invite indicates. Bond continued. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Keyshawn Shelley.
Henry Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Keyshawn Shelley. If you are present, if you can unmute yourself, turn on your camera and state your name.
Keyshawn Shelley, no response. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond $5,000, 10%. There's been a previous warrant. This warrant will issue immediately. Court calls case of the People versus Andrita Smith.
Henry Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, can you say your name for the record, please?
Andrita Smith.
Hello. Okay, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we are asking for an adjournment so Ms. Smith can get a valid license.
November 15th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued. Okay, thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you.
Court calls the case, People versus Andre Thomas.
Henry Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good morning, good afternoon, Assistant Public Defender Lauren Perny on behalf of Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, unmute and state your name for the record, please.
Andre Thomas.
All right, what are we doing?
And again, Your Honor, we are requesting an adjournment to allow Mr. Thomas to get his license.
Stay on this. Okay. We can get it. Turn the matter to November 15th, 2023, 9 a.m. Bond continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court calls the case of the People versus Sana Mohammed.
Henry Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
She's at the access point.
Mr. Mohammed?
Yes.
Hello, state your name, please.
Sana Muhammad.
All right, what are we doing on these cases?
The officer asked me to resolve this matter. He is not available today. So Ms. Muhammad, if you'd want to admit responsibility to double parking, I'll dismiss these other two infractions.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what's you.
If you would like to admit responsibility to double parking, which is no points It's a $180 fine. It's not reported to the Secretary of State. I'll dismiss the other 2 infractions for expired license plate and no proof of insurance.
Okay,
You want to do that? So
yes.
so Your Honor, I'd like to add a count 3, or I guess a count 2 on case 118.
I don't have a parking ticket. I don't have a parking ticket.
Right, but ma'am, I'm willing to change the charge so you can resolve this today. The officer couldn't come today.
Okay,
So if you want to resolve it today and get it over with, we can do that.
yeah, please,
You want to do that?
yes.
Okay.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add it on the case ending in A.
Okay.
In that way. All right. So Hamid, do you admit responsibility to double parking on the date and time in question? Do you admit responsibility to that, ma'am?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand what you mean.
Okay. The prosecutor's adding a charge of double parking. You can either admit responsibility, so you would admit to that, or not admit to it, and then I'd put this over to another day. What my intention, if you admit responsibility, I'm going to knock $5 off the fines and costs because you've already paid the $175, and then you would be refunded the other $155 when that case gets dismissed.
Okay, that's fine. That's
You
good.
you follow me?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I just,
it's okay.
I was thinking
It's
you
okay.
guys told me I have a parking ticket, that, you know.
Yeah, okay. So to double parking, do you admit responsibility?
Yes,
Thank you. All right. I will accept that admission to double parking. I will then fines and cost of $175. That's already paid, so you're all set on that one. On the other case, this case is dismissed. And then I'm going to tell them to refund the $155 to you. Okay?
thank you, thank you very much.
Thank you. They probably can't get it back to you today, but you may want to check in about a week or so.
Okay,
How to get that back, okay?
okay, so, ask them in the desk how I can get the money back.
Yeah, you can stop at the front desk and then you can ask them.
Okay, okay.
All right?
Bye-bye.
Thank you,
Have a good
ma'am.
day.
You too. Court calls the case, People versus Edward Castro.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Hello, Edward Casto.
There's no counsel on this.
There's no counsel. All right. Okay, what are we doing on this case? Do you know, Mr. Castro, what you're going to be doing?
No, honestly, I don't. I had talked to Dave Shand about my driving record, and he said it was bad. So it was going to take some time anyway. I kind of just want to get the ball rolling, and like if I could just plead guilty and just kind of be done with this.
Okay.
Because he said,
you could do that. I'm not going to let you do that because I don't think you know what you're doing, and that could mess up any chances to get something back.
okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Is Mr. Shand gonna help you out, or you want me to appoint a public defender to help you?
Probably just a public defender.
Okay. And what I will do, he's already been arraigned on this, counsel. This becomes a public defender case. And then I'll adjourn this out. Let's go November 15th, so you can try to go through it with him thoroughly. November 15th, 9 a.m. as your Zoom invite indicates. Okay? And they'll be able to help you out, tell you what your options are. Probably again, because Mr. Shand's a good attorney, but at least we can get you through it. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr.
Thank you.
Casto, I put the public defender's phone number in there. If you can give them a call, leave your phone number and your email and your name.
Okay, will do.
You got that?
Yep, I got it.
Okay, very good. We'll see you in about a month.
All right, thank you so much. Have a good day.
Court calls the case of People versus Kenneth Turman.
Conrad Solar on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Mr. Turman? No, he's here. I see him.
It's not connected to audio.
Oh, no. Mr. Turman? Can you send a message even though he's not? Because it looks like he's frozen too, because I don't think that's his picture. Is it?
No, that's it. No, it's not frozen.
He's not frozen? No, he's not.
No.
Mr. Turman. He can't hear me.
If he looks down my note, he was looking at the chat earlier.
Mr. Turman? Great. Okay, do this, because this is my last case in this block. Send him a message, just leave it on the screen, that will call his case in the 2 o'clock block. He needs to get connected to audio. Oh, there's Mr. Turman. He's looking at the screen now. See if. Tell him he needs to sign out, sign back in, connect to audio, and we'll call his case at 2 o'clock. Okay, you sent it to him? Okay. So I can back up again.
Okay, message sent.
Mr. He can't hear me. His volume's not out. All right, what I'm going to do is court's going to stand in recess. We've sent a message to him. If he comes back on, we'll try to talk to him, but to let him know to do that. We won't bench warn him, but I'll call it back up at 2. All right?
All right.
Court's going to stand in recess. Thank you. I'm live.
The 14th District Court is now back in session. All those having business before the court draw near. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson presiding.
And good afternoon. And I believe Detective Erskine, if you're there, I'll handle your search warrant first.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the information contained in the search warrant and affidavit is true to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
I do.
All right, fantastic. I'll sign off on this and we'll get this back over to you shortly.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Stay safe, please.
You as well.
Court recalls the case of the People versus Kenneth Turman.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
He has no counsel and he is present.
Mr. Turman, can you unmute? Uh-oh. Oh, you got it.
Hey.
State your name. State your name, sir.
My name is Kenneth Turner Jr.
All right. We're looking to hear from you. We got you set though.
Yeah, I was having tech difficulties over here.
Okay. You're not represented by an attorney, sir?
Not at this time, no.
Did you wish to be or have somebody help you through this process?
Sure. I'm pretty sure that'd be a good idea.
Yeah, it would be, I think. At least let you know what's going on in this. So this is a PD case.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Turman. Mr. Turman, go ahead.
He's already been arraigned on this. So what I will do is I will adjourn this matter out. And Mr. Turman?
Yes, sir.
Let me give you a phone number. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, it's area code 734
734
222
222
6970.
6970.
Yes, that's the public defender's office. Call them, leave your name, a good phone number for yourself, and a valid email. Okay, so that they can get through to you on this case.
Okay. Name and a valid email.
Name, phone number, and a valid email for yourself. Okay, once you call them.
Okay.
Then I'm going to adjourn this matter out to November 15th, 2023, 9 a.m. Let them talk to you and kind of work this through as to what you're going to do. Okay.
All righty.
All righty. Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
sir.
And you work through those technical difficulties just wonderfully. So we got
Thank
through. All right.
Appreciate it.
You take care. Court does call the case of the People versus Ina Spalding.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Kevin Biglin of the Guerin Law Group on behalf of the defendant, Enya Spalding, seated to my right.
Right. And what are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, my client is ready to accept the township's plea of the reduced charge of impaired driving.
That is correct, Your Honor. I'm going to move to add a count 2 of operating while visibly impaired. Defendant's going to plead guilty to that added count. And if you accept that, I move to dismiss the original charge.
Good. And ma'am, if you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you say that again?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, there we go. All right, for whatever reason we're picking up. State your name again, please.
Enya Spalding, Your Honor.
All right. Spalding, it's this court's understanding that you're going to plead guilty to the charge of operating while visibly impaired. That is a misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to 93 days in jail, up to a $300 fine plus court costs. The court could order any community service or rehabilitative programs the court deems necessary. The court could also order your vehicle immobilized, could order you to pay the cost of the prosecution as well as the cost of any emergency governmental services. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Understanding all of that, you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty?
All right. Now you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
In light of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody threatened you or coerced you?
No, Your Honor.
I'm going to have to ask you to speak up or move closer to the microphone where you are. You're dropping out for me.
I'm
All
sorry.
right. It's okay.
No, Your Honor.
Nobody's threatened you or coerced you into pleading guilty, have they?
No, Your Honor.
All right. That's much better. You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will,
Yes, Your Honor.
and because you believe that you're guilty of this offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. July 16, 2023, at the location of Moon Road, Pittsfield Township, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan, were you operating a motor vehicle?
Yes, Your Honor.
Prior to operating that motor vehicle, had you consumed intoxicating liquor?
Yes, Your Honor.
What did you have and how much?
A few glasses of wine, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
A few glasses of wine, Your Honor.
All right. Were you stopped by the police or was there an accident?
I was stopped by the police, Your Honor.
Okay, why did they stop you?
Swerving.
All right. Were you ultimately arrested?
Yes, Your Honor.
And were you taken to the police station or to the hospital?
Both. I was taken to the hospital first for blood tests, Your Honor.
All right, so there was a blood test. What were the results of that blood test?
The results were 0.137, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any reason to dispute those blood test results?
No, Your Honor.
Taking everything into consideration on that date and at that time, do you believe that your ability to operate that motor vehicle was visibly impaired due to your consumption of alcohol?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have I complied with the court rule and would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bigland?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Defendant is referred to Ron Swartz for an alcohol screening and assessment and the victim's impact panel. Sentencing in this matter will be December 13th, 2023 at 9 a.m. or as your Zoom invite indicates. Do we have permission to take or they gone?
Yes, we do. There.
All right. So what we're going to do, and I guess your attorney's going to have to go with you, we're going to put you into a breakout room with my probation department so that we can begin that process. Okay, ma'am?
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Bond will continue with its conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trying to get them going. I'm just removing my pen. Court does call the case. People versus Michael Campbell.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Christopher Shemke, appearing on behalf of my client, sending to the matter being heard via Zoom. Mr. Campbell, can you please unmute yourself, turn your camera on, and identify yourself, please?
Michael Campbell.
Thank you. Okay, what are we doing on this case?
Your Honor, I had an opportunity to pre-try this matter with Mr. Siller. At this time, my client's prepared to tender a guilty plea to an alternate charge of disturbing the peace. He has been advised of his constitutional rights, prepared to waive his right to his trial, and we are prepared to proceed.
That is correct, Your Honor. I'm gonna move to add a count two under the township code of disturbing the peace. That's section 14-37. It's a misdemeanor, punishable by 90 days and or a fine of $500. If you accept his guilty plea to that added count two, I've moved to dismiss count one.
All right, Mr. Campbell, can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
State your name for the record, sir, again.
Michael Campbell.
All right. Sir, it is this court's understanding that you are going to be pleading guilty to the charge of disturbing the peace under the Pittsfield Township Ordinance. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail and or a $100 fine plus court costs. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
And understanding that, do you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yeah.
Because of that, you're giving up certain rights. You're giving up your right to call witnesses to speak for you at trial or to have this court compel their attendance. You're giving up your right to see, hear, and question all witnesses against you at trial. You're also giving up your right to be a witness for yourself or to remain silent, not have that silence used against you. And you're giving up your right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that, sir?
Yeah.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right. I'm going to need you to be seated in one spot, sir.
Well, I am at work, but let me sit down. Okay.
All right. You understand that you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Are you on probation or parole?
Yes.
Which one?
Probation.
Were you on probation as of June 9th, 2022?
Yes.
Then I have to advise you that your entry of a plea in this case could be a violation of that probation. If it is considered a violation of that probation, that other court could sentence you to the maximum allowable under that other charge. Do you understand that?
I got a question. How could they violate me again when they already violated me for this?
I'm sorry?
They already violated me for this. They reinstated my probation.
Sir, I don't know that. I'm taking a plea. I'm asking you if you're on probation. I have no idea what happened in that other case. So you understand what I'm saying, correct?
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but
okay. Do you still wish to enter this plea, understanding that that's a possibility? I don't know if they violated you or not. I don't know what I don't know how they looked at this case.
I'm telling you, they did.
Okay,
So,
you can tell me they did, but I don't know that. That's what I'm telling you. I wasn't there. So I have to advise you of the right that they could violate you on probation. You're telling me one thing. I don't know, but I have to advise you of that. Am I understood?
Can I say something? I'm trying to ask you a question. I'm asking you, can they violate me again?
I don't know if they violated you in the first place, so I can't answer that question. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
Do you still wish to enter this plea?
Yes. Guilty.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to enter this plea?
No.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No.
You're doing this voluntarily?
Yes.
Of your own free will?
Yes.
And because you believe that you're guilty of this offense?
Yes.
June 9th, 2022, at the location of Washington Avenue in Pittsfield Township, Washington County, State of Michigan. Tell this court what you did that makes you think that you're guilty of disturbing the peace. Counsel, if you want to voir dire, you can voir dire, because
Yes, Mr. Campbell, it's my understanding you were a passenger in a vehicle that was pulled over, correct?
Yes,
And at some point, the police came and spoke with you and asked you for your name, correct?
yes,
But you did not comply immediately with their orders. Is that accurate?
yes,
And then at some point it was found that there was open intox that you had admitted to being in the vehicle and it was poured out, correct?
yes.
Satisfied, Your Honor?
still, are you satisfied that the court has complied with the court rule?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to count 2, count 1 is dismissed. Anything you want to say before I impose sentence?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe this was just an unfortunate set of circumstances, but it's one that he'll realize not to duplicate in the future. He's gainfully employed. He is currently doing housekeeping. He has a 7-year-old son that he's an active father. He resides with his father, has a strong family support system. I'd respectfully request that he be admonished with costs and fines. Thank you, Judge.
Sir, anything you want to say before I impose sentence?
No,
Fines and costs of $250, spend 90 days in jail. When can you get that paid?
what is it? Probably the end of the month or the first next month. The first week of next month.
Paid by November 15th, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Siller.
Yep, thank you.
Court calls case People versus Ebony Whitsett.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Oh,
Bridget Coons on behalf of Ms. Whitsett. Ms. Whitsett, if you're present, if you can unmute yourself, turn on your camera and state your name in full.
She is not checked in, counsel. Bench warrant will issue both matters, Ron, correct?
Yes.
Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear in these matters. Bond will be set in the amount of $5,000. So give a 10% privilege. Previous warrants, these will issue immediately. Court does call the case of the People versus Andrew Wright.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Bridget Coons on behalf of Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, if you're present, if you can unmute yourself, turn on your camera and state your name.
Andrew Wright. No response. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond $5,000, 10%. That warrant will issue October 20th, 2023. Court does call the cases of the People versus John Farrow.
Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
They're all.
This isn't, no, sir, only 1298 is, it's an arraignment pretrial without counsel, it's not checked in.
John Farrow. No attorney on this case. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear. Bond $5,000, 10%. This warrant will issue immediately. There are previous warrants in other cases. And that's it. That is it.
That was quick.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
Mr. Siller, always a pleasure, sir.
Always good here. Always good.
You take care of yourself.
Yep, you too. All right. See
All
you.
right, Ms. Coons, have a great day.
Have a good day.
All righty. 14A. Stands adjourned. Go Terps.